11:05 a.m. Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. And with that, Commissioner Moore, welcome back. We hope all is well with your mom. She's coming along, and if you would, please leave us an invitation. Everyone stand if you are able.
Just bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for this day. For this is the day that you have made, and we will rejoice. We thank you for your grace and for your mercy. And Father God, we thank you for waking us up this morning to a brand new day. A beautiful day we've never seen you once again. We give you honor and praise. We ask you to be with us today. Help us, dear Lord, to do those things that will be pleasing in your sight. Help us to be fair and honest and do those things that will be equal to each one. And God, we ask you to bless the sick and the shut-in. Continue to bless my mother. Keep her in your care, dear Lord. And we thank you for what you've already done, what you're going to do. We ask that you continue to give us knowledge and understanding to be able to do thy will. These blessings we do ask in thy son Jesus' name.
Amen. And the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, if you would please do a roll call.
Yes, ma'am.
Get to Commissioner Peter. Just a second.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Cynthia Burton,
Here.
Commissioner Linda Moore,
Here.
Vice Mayor BJ Lloyd,
Present.
Commissioner Lisa Kane DeVito,
Present.
Yeah, she's just getting back from the beach.
Mayor Michelle Myers,
I am present.
City Manager Derek Martin,
Here.
Assistant City Manager CRA Manager Bonnie Loveday,
Here.
Public Works Director Keith Harris,
Here.
and myself, City Clerk Sharita Belcher. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to start off with our business items. Again, everyone welcome. We've got the Crescent City Women's Civic Association funding request. If you'll recall, you might have, is there a flyer? I think there might be a flyer with that. Last year, we funded this. Mr. Martin, you and Steve, which Conklin were supposed to get with us how much we have in community.
Yes, ma'am. He's put the budgets in the back of the,
Okay.
and I will look myself. $2,300 left in the budget as of today. Under aid to private organizations.
300?
2,300.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. It's in the back of the
How
packet.
much did we fund last
We
year?
budgeted 3,000.
3,000.
Wasn't it 300 last year?
We
Yes, it
did
was
300 a month. We did,
Yeah.
divided that 300 for,
3 entities, I believe.
the 3 entities.
It's a small pitch.
And it was, okay, there, that- oh, there it is, there it is. Okay, so yes, last year we did 300 for, the back to school, we did 300 for the Christian Service Center and 300 for the library. So right now, before us is the Crescent City Women's Civic Association funding request. So I'll entertain a motion. And this year, I will say this, that they, several years ago, they were given a very large quantity from one of the churches over in the Fruitland area, that gave to them a large quantity of backpacks that has carried them through the years, and they'll give out, I know I've been there before, and they'll give out 100 backpacks, if not more. These are brand new backpacks for the children. My understanding is this year that they exhausted all of them this past school year, so just with that in mind.
So I'd like to make a motion.
Okay?
I move that this year we fund the Women's Civic Association request for their back-to-school event in the amount of $500.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a back to school, donation of $500. Do we have any further discussion? Any, any public, yes, ma'am?
I would just like to say, I'm assuming that we're not the only contributor as they had, in-kind contribution. But, I do think it's important they look to the public, I'm sure they do, the public, other organizations, retailers, et cetera, and of course, just because we budgeted $3,000 for this fiscal year, I don't think we need to spend it all.
Right, thank you. My understanding is that, of course, they do have a lot of in-kind, they have people that come in and give their services as well. In the past, when Dixie has helped out, I think tremendously. That, of course, is not the case this year. Anybody that I know that if you want to donate, if any of you, I always enjoy back to school shopping, even though I haven't had to do that in many a year. And college shopping was much different.
Yeah.
But any of you that enjoy doing that, anything that you want to go shop and donate to them, also they're accepting that as well. Pencils, pens, paper, notebooks, folders. Commissioner Moore, do you have anything that you want to add to that?
No, they also accept, daily use clothing for kids too, and they give everything, because, as you know, everything is, the cost of everything is high. And so they probably have to do, purchase their own food, because
Yeah.
in Dixie is not even, so anyway, I think it's good.
Yeah, they serve lunch too, they get lunch,
Yeah.
so, and I know that they do a lot of the shopping with the buy one, get one, especially right now with different entities offering that. So I know they do stretch it as far as they possibly can. So thank you. I think that's very generous. Madam Clerk, if you'll do a roll call for us, please.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Mayor Myers,
Aye.
so approved.
So approved. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to our EMS fire station presentation.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Today, we want to go through a little bit deeper the design development agenda, which is in front of you all. I believe you all have the red line copy. It's this form here. Mr. Bob Taylor is here from A1A, AIA, Architect PA, and he's going to do his presentation and speak a little bit more about the scope of work. And just to be clear, as we move forward, he's going to need some direction. It's a good time for Q&A for this group, so there's an understanding of what our intentions are and how we're moving forward with this project, if you will, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. President, we appreciate this opportunity to give you the inside information on the new fire station. I have provided an agenda which we will outline what we plan to do today. Two major goals. Number one, I want to try to familiarize all concerned with the drawings and detail of the work that we produced. And let me stop just for a second. I want to introduce my consultant team. In the blue shirt on the front row, Alex Acree Engineering, he's the civil engineer, and Charles Birchwood and Lucas McCutcheon. Both of these gentlemen are with Simons and Roach, mechanical, plumbing, electrical, fire safety, and fire alarm. And the gentleman on the second row with the black shirt is Patrick Rose. Patrick is a structural engineer, a forensic engineer. So he provides advice to engineers who have failed to do it right the first time. The gentleman in the black shirt is Steve Black. Steve is our cost control consultant. So this is part of our team. There are several others who are involved, and it's a privilege to work with these gentlemen. They've done a great job so far trying to provide the information that we will present. The second thing I'd like to ask you to do today is once we go through this agenda, there are several items which we have said, this is what we think you want to do. And then if you agree, which is what our purpose is, to get you to say, yes, that's what we want you to do. Or if you disagree, that's okay too. We just need to know what direction to travel. Okay? So Derek, if you would, please. I think I'm going to open with our, it is item number 6. You see it? Yeah, there you go. Click on that one. Alright. Yeah, maximum. This is the first sheet of architectural and all drawings, quite frankly. The table on the right is a table of all the drawings that we plan to produce. And there may be one or two additions as we refine the scope of the work. Next page, please, Eric. This is a life safety plan that on the 14th of this month we reviewed with the fire marshal and the city building officials to make sure that they agree with what we think the code says. And there's a lot of things on this drawing. You see those dash lines, those are exit distances and calculations for how many people can go through the door at a certain time. And in the drawing itself, it shows the types of walls, where they're fire rated for 1 hour, 20 minutes, or 1/4 hour, whatever, should be at 1/2 hour. And we had general consensus of this drawing by the fire marshal, which is great. A couple of things that were important to us is the exterior doors will not have painting hardware today. Painting hardware is quite expensive. The total occupant content with alternate number 1 is like 54 people. And some of those people will be exiting from the apparatus bay. Usually the magic number is 50, so we're below that in all cases, and they've agreed that painting hardware is not required by code. In lieu of that, we'll have lever handle hardware with thumb turns where they have to provide for security, and the exterior doors will all have closers. The fire rated doors will also have closers. I know this is a bit mundane, so I apologize for that. But it's important for us because now we can kind of lower the quality, if you will, meet code and have the standard that we expect as far as the fire protection and life safety. Okay? Scroll on, please, sir.
Thank you.
Next sheet is the, there you go, that's the floor plan. And I know you've seen this before. The drawing of the building on the right is the dormitory, the business area. The building on the left of the dark line is apparatus bay, and the far left is additive alternate number 1. Alternates have to be defined as separate entities of the construction documents. And this is one of the best ways that we know how to do this. You draw the base bid, which is the drawing on the right, and in this case, the base bid would include the slab for alternate number 1. So even if we don't get the alternate, we'll get the benefit of the slab because the structural issues here are pretty complex, and to try not to do that would really complicate the addition in the future. On the left-hand side of the drawing is the alternate, again, with its foundations and walls and other things. And this is just the beginning. The mechanical, plumbing, electrical engineers and civil engineers all have to accommodate this alternate. So they will show those on their drawings as well as we proceed through. There's a second alternate on the far left. It's just what we're calling an overhang. It's a rigid frame on the far south end, and it provides an overhang, which is about 16.5 feet for some of the exterior equipment that the fire station will have, the brush equipment, the boat, whatever else they might have that would not necessarily be in the conditioned space. It will be somewhat protected. Okay. Yes, Commissioner Moore.
Okay, is the overhang only if we do the add-on with the bay, the third bay?
We
It's on it.
might consider the alternate number 2 as an attachment to the base bid.
I just was.
So we don't get alternate number 1, we could get it as part of, as alternate number 2, so. These other drawings, let's scroll them down, Derek, please, sir.
Tell me where you want to go.
Take A1.2. That's a reflected ceiling plan. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's A2.1. There you go. These are exterior elevations that show the building, and that particular drawing that Mr. Martin has focused on the right-hand side in the center of the page is the base bid. You can see 2 apparatus bays, and then to the left of that, you'll see the additive alternates number 1 and number 2. On the very top is the north elevation, which is the front of the building, and it shows a wainscot of faux stone in this case. And then both the east and west elevation and the business and dorm area, it shows that same wainscot, okay? That's a through section. Go ahead, Gary. And I think in the interest of time, I'm going to just pass on to the end of this particular series. These are specifications. And I always tell people when you show this slide, you need to read that, there'll be a test later. I want to move on to the civil drawings, which is 07. Open those, please. So you ladies and gentlemen, if you have time to go through these drawings in detail, and if you have questions, please let me know. You can call, text, or email, and I will answer them. This is Mr. Avery's first sheet, which is basically just specifications. This sheet is the survey that was produced by NV5. And the next sheet is the demolition sheet related to the survey. And I spoke with Mr. Harris this morning, and Mr. Martin and I have also talked. Some of this demolition work will be done by the county prior to construction start. There's some benefits to that. It'll give the county, or they give the contractor, a clear site to work with. The little slab and this little concrete structure, and there's piles of debris and trees that will all be removed from this site before the contractor gets there. And obviously that will facilitate his work. Next sheet, please. This is the layout, paving, grading, and drainage sheet. It shows two driveways there, 4 feet wide, an extended apron on either side where the apparatus bay is on the south end of the bottom of the site. And currently we're showing 18 regular parking spaces and 1 handicap space up here. We can consider, and the land development code does provide for spaces above what's required. In this case, it would be 8 standard spaces and 1 handicap space. The remainder of those spaces can be stabilized grass or some type of pervious stone if we wish. That could save us some money. It would also reduce the size of our site water retention. So that's one of the things that I'll ask you to consider as we go through the process.
What kind of a difference are we thinking in price? How much money would that save us if we did?
Commissioner Lori, it's going to be a little hard to put dollar amounts on every little item. We've done a pretty good job. Mr. Black's detail has some of these costs identified to that point, and Mr. Black will do that again as we get closer to refining the scope. So we can safely say it will save some money in 2 different things: less site work and less water retention.
Mr. Taylor, I have a
Yes, ma'am.
question. How much of a footprint is that taking up of that 5 acres over there?
Well, this site is just a little over 2 acres. I did not calculate the impervious area. I don't
I don't
know.
have that number off the top of my head, but, the total development area is about just about 2 acres of developed area.
Okay.
I think the total property is like 4.85.
Yeah.
We're just.
How much, I'm sorry?
I think the total property is 4.85 acres.
Mayor.
And the developed area was,
Yeah.
the actual development area was about 1.85 to 2 acres.
Okay.
Yeah, all the way, so the dash line kind of down in the, towards the middle, that's a little over 2.5 acres of the full site.
Okay, so I guess one of the other questions I would have is, as you're designing this, you're designing it in such a way to where it doesn't sit right in the middle. So you're gonna be efficient enough so that if we ever needed that other acreage, we could
This here,
use that, so,
Correct.
absolutely.
Yeah.
okay,
To the south of that dash line, you might recall, Mayor, there is a driveway. And I don't know if you can scroll up. That driveway will still be used as part of this construction.
okay.
Okay. And we're going to stabilize it so trucks can drive in and out. But other than that, it'll be left unconstructed.
And are those are the ponds, the retention ponds on both sides?
On the right and the left, yes. Now, those are preliminary right now, Commissioner Lori. We got the geotechnical information right at the end of this design development phase, and Alex will consider that. There's a couple of issues here on the retention ponds. The fill is suitable for reuse, so there's certain conditions, and we want to elevate the building. So that fill from the ponds will be used to build up the building on the side.
So it's not anticipated right now for import? That's what you're saying? Site balances?
Right now, we have about, was it 2,000 yards?
About 2,000 yards.
Yeah.
Okay,
So we can expand the pond if we wanted to
okay.
just say, so it's gonna be a balance.
And if we reduce our impervious load, then that means we can reduce our retaining, so ponds can squeeze up a little bit.
Mhm.
Okay, all right, so potential cost savings, but you won't know until a design is complete.
Until it does it.
Right.
Now, is this something that with the 2 ponds rather than 1 pond?
It's a sheet flow concept.
Off of
We'll
each
want
side,
to go in
okay.
both directions. And that's the most economical.
That is most economical rather than 1 pond? Okay.
Well, again, yes.
I'm asking just so that we, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna, I mean, it would likely increase fill and cause you to put in storm pipe if you only have 1 pond on one side.
If you only have 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you'd have to take water from that side and pipe it to the other.
Yes.
These are questions that, you know, the public's gonna ask us. Why do we have 2 ponds out there? Because typically if you,
And-
anybody that's not familiar with this would think that 2 ponds is gonna cost more than 1 pond.
Yeah.
So why would we do this? We just need some justification for
And-
that.
And yes, ma'am, and these are shallow, so they're, I mean, we're calling them, but they're dry.
Yeah.
They're gonna look like grass.
They're just, yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Okay. Scroll on down, Alex, please. Derek.
It's okay. I knew what you meant.
Okay. This is showing some of the utilities. There was a question about the force main. The sewer will have to be force main because the sewer that we're flowing into is a force main. You remember when we talked about that, okay? And there will be water supply for domestic, and there'll be another water supply for fire service. And Alex, I met with Clue Wright, and he said that there'd have to be a connection within 50 feet of the building. So I guess the hydrant will be at the curb, which is supposed to be provided, Keith, as part of the water expansion. But we'll have to run the line to perhaps the backflow preventer and have a connection at the backflow preventer.
For the fire? Yes, sir, we have it in there.
Okay, the location of the valve, again, Keith, Derek, scroll out on the drawing. And at the top, right there at the intersection of Junction and Old Highway 17, you'll see, yeah, there's a water valve right there.
Right here.
Yeah, and Keith, you were thinking that's where we would tie in?
Yeah.
Okay,
There's a valve already there, 6-inch line.
okay. So we need to weigh the value of tying in at that location versus the cost of the additional run, I think, to that spot. So just to make sure we're doing the most economical solution. Okay.
Next page. Are you good?
Next page, yes.
Okay.
These are details which Alex has provided, tactile warning, handicap codes, sluices, curbs and gutters, a variety of sections. By the way, in the upper right-hand corner of that drawing shows a dumpster enclosure. I've researched several, and the chief had asked for an economical solution. An associate of mine, who is a mechanical engineer, had a vinyl enclosure, and it's a heavy-duty vinyl enclosure. The corners can be reinforced with 4x4s, and of course, the gate can be metal and can have substantial hinges. But that would, in my opinion, be the most economical solution. There are pipe bollards in the back, so that if the truck is pushing the dumpster, it won't push it into the fence. Okay, and that will be a concrete slab also, so it will be durable. So it costs a little money to make it durable. Everything our team is doing, it's a double-edged sword. What can you buy for the best price, for the most durability? And we have to make those choices. And now I'm asking you to make those choices as well. Are there other sheets, Alex, on this series we need to look at?
No, that pretty much covers it.
So the outside drives, you're proposing this to be heavy-duty concrete, not heavy-duty asphalt?
It's heavy-duty asphalt right now.
It is heavy-duty asphalt, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we don't know cost comparison between the two. I don't know where concrete is today.
Right, and that was one of my questions also, like, would it provide any savings to do all concrete
Versus asphalt?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. I'd like to get an alternative to that. We get pricing. I don't know if you can give it to your cost consultant.
I think right now, Steve, you've used asphalt for the main drives.
Yeah, as designed.
Okay.
Okay,
Basically, heavy-duty asphalt paving.
8 inches.
Yeah, and then concrete
base.
at the rims and that's fine, just as you see right here.
Okay.
Yeah, the reinforced concrete is very expensive.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, so we don't have, and I think one of the value engineering was to reduce that 20-foot concrete apron on the
Right,
other side of the
right here.
apparatus base.
yeah, Okay.
And extend the heavy duty asphalt instead. But you probably need.
From an operational standpoint, does fire have anything to say about that at all?
For the asphalt?
For these aprons coming out of the garage, out of the covered area?
Right now, they're designed at 20 feet wide out from the apparatus space on the inside of the building.
Does it matter if they're pulling out equipment, letting it sit for a long period of time versus being on the slab under roof? Because I know that they do that from time to time for checking equipment and stuff like that.
We're checking our truck, we always pull them out. So
Right.
If we're doing training, or, what do you think, Jeff?
I'm sorry.
I think that's something that we definitely have to consider as far as, the areas.
Jeff, why don't you, if you would, for right
Come to
now,
the
if you wanna come up. so
Sorry,
that
I can project a little better. It's something we definitely need to consider as far as the aprons in front of the base, because the trucks do sit outside. We don't want, the water from the pumps to sit there and deteriorate the inside of the station, flood out the inside of the station. I mean, this is gonna be a brand new building, so we do need to figure out how to, that's what these guys are for, to, give us the proper weight that the trucks can be supported on as far as.
Mr. Rhodes, stopped by the fire station, I think, this morning, to take a look at the facilities, and things like axle weight are important to us as part of the design. So the geotechnical consultant has recommended certain standards and certain types of paving for various uses. And then between Alex and Patrick and myself, we'll decide what's most appropriate at the most economical price. I guess simply
You
stated,
have trench drains too here. His concern was water. There's trench drains on both sides. So any water that's being placed there is going to be taken away pretty quickly, Captain Leclerc.
Do we have drains on the interior of the structure, Mr. Taylor?
we have,
Just in case we have a truck that's sprinkly.
at this point, the trench drains have been removed from the program. At this point, the trench drains have been removed from the program. The couple of things that we've talked about is using absorbent materials to control spills and then sweeping that up rather than using the trench drains. And Alex, maybe I'm speaking your territory here. Would you like to speak on trench drains as the issues that are involved in processing the discharge from those drains? No?
We're only talking water. There really shouldn't be any type of other discharge other than.
It's only what could fall within the apparatus base.
Sure.
Anything from the trucks.
Yeah, because the equipment doesn't get worked on in place. It goes out to a facility for maintenance, correct?
Sometimes it comes to us.
But y'all aren't doing oil changes there.
No,
That's my point.
Usually we don't do maintenance in the station.
Okay.
We're mainly concerned about the fact that
Water.
water.
Okay. I mean, I personally think that trench drain should be in there.
Yeah,
Cost is probably $30 a foot, give or take. I mean,
Well, the slab-
If you have an oil water separator, that should be, that's some knowledge too,
yeah, but I don't think that would need to be the case. I mean, it's,
but if you're taking that straight to your pond.
Straight to your pond.
how does the DEP or our other state authority feel about that? I mean, it should be just water.
Should be.
Should be.
I'll let the engineers talk, but typically in an apparatus bay, you still have potential for oils and
Okay.
other things coming off. That's why you have your trench drains, much like a service bay.
A water separator.
Yeah, you still have to collect that and separate it before it goes to the storm. And that's probably what your EPA, your stormwater guys are gonna see.
Okay.
why did we choose to remove that? Because I would think, especially in the apparatus bay, you would want to be able to, from time to time, you might even have to wash it down. So why would you choose to not have drains in there? Because if you don't have drains and you're washing it down, you're gonna have standing water. So why would we why would we take that out?
The floors in the apparatus bay are sloped from the center access to the outside to facilitate drainage. We discussed with, I guess it was Chief Riser, a way of using absorbent materials to pick up any spills. The cost of the trench drains provides for additional reinforcing around the drains themselves to provide for structural stability. The discharge has to be in a well separator that shows on the bottom of the drawing, and then ultimately will discharge into the water retention area. The simple answer is it costs less, okay? So if it is deemed essential that we provide these, then we'll just have to bite the bullet and do it.
What is standard? What is standard when you're building a new fire station? What
The
is
Hawthorne
standard?
Fire Station doesn't have one.
It doesn't have.
We had used fire stations, the ambulance station we designed did have one. It never got built, but we had it in there. So, I don't know, Steve, what's your experience?
What Bob just said, it's a 50-50 deal. It really depends on your SOPs, right? What's your standard operation and procedures you're gonna have to maintain the facility? So if you have that very documented very well, and you have a script you follow on a regular maintenance routine, you don't need to have that. It's, I don't want to say it's belts and suspenders, but Bob's right, you're saving money, and it's not small dollars. It's not hundreds, it's thousands.
Probably about 30 grand.
You're the
Well,
expert, we're just asking the questions.
Because, you know, and you've got all your piping, you're gonna do a water sector, it's gonna be.
Charles, you
That's where the money's at.
Absolutely. Only take a minute. My name is Charles Bertrand. I'm a mechanical and plumbing engineer with Simon Roche. Really it does come down to that, your standard of procedure for how you're gonna deal with it. The building gets classified, the apparatus bay gets classified under like a garage type scenario, in which case services can happen. How are you going to deal with any discharge that hits the space? I do a lot with City of Jacksonville fire stations. They want drains in their apparatus bays. That requires additional labor to slope to different pitches there, reinforce the slab, put piping in, put an oil water separator in, do discharges and coordinate any pump outs that need to happen. I believe that if y'all are looking to save dollars additionally, Bob's approach of sloping it away and dealing with any incidental spills with absorbent material and cleanup is an acceptable approach. Just what approach is going to be in there?
Yes,
That helps
Commissioner
at all.
DeVito?
Mayor, so, it seems to me like we have two different audiences here, two different levels of decision-making. For some of these things that Mr. Taylor is describing and his team is speaking to, I'm hoping we're not gonna be asked to make a decision on some of these things today, because it seems like we should have the fire department's assessment. I mean, they're presenting something that depends on how you're gonna use the building. The fire chief and staff are the ones who are really going to determine that. It seems like some of these things we shouldn't be deciding until we have the fire department feedback.
Well, they've been getting the fire department feedback all along.
Well,
Isn't that correct?
yes, it's
Fire
correct.
department has been working
And I will
very
say that
closely.
if it comes down to a standard operating procedure, that's administrative, and we can handle that in conjunction with our state counterparts, find out exactly what they're looking for.
Can I just say or ask a question? I know you're comparing us to Hawthorne all the time. Wouldn't it be based on how many times our fire trucks go out and compared to maybe Hawthorne? I mean, if they're going out the average twice as many times or 3 times as many times, their maintenance would be that much more. But the other question that I have is, if you slope these now and we become a big municipal city of 10,000, 15,000, this is growth. But if we all of a sudden become a larger city, if you just slope them, are we able to put in this particular plan to have that? Okay? I mean, I'm just saying, I think once you concrete everything over,
Yeah,
then you have to, you have to dig through it more.
My thought on that would be no, because you're paving outside of the apparatus bay down to your stormwater.
Yeah.
You're sloping your apparatus base to your stormwater, so you need to slope to drainage, right? So you make this decision now, I mean, that's today, but you need to make a decision before you build this, so that if you're worried about that in the future, you have it addressed.
Yes.
You're not gonna come back after the fact with it.
All right.
I mean,
Well, I'm just bringing that up because For me, I'm always looking at the future, you know, right now, sometimes we always look at what's happening right at this moment. But I would like to believe that Crescent City will grow. How big, I don't think it would be 15, 20,000, but, you know, the area itself though may grow more. I mean, we're not just Crescent City. I mean, we're all of South Putnam, we go up into Blacka, we go down to Volusia. So we're kind of all over the place really, and that's kind of what I would be looking at.
I think my concern would be with not having it in there. And of course, like I said, you're the experts. I think before you do anything, we need a comparison, a price comparison. And that's gonna be, that might help us, everybody a lot. But my concern is that it's just like your driveway. Even if you have a car in there, you might not have an oil spill, but you could have dripping oil. And as the runoff from cleaning that out, it is going to go into that drainage. And so that would be a concern that I would have, that, what are we actually putting out there? And
Mayor,
I think we have did you want to come up and speak? You sure? We had something to say?
Well, we don't do like heavy maintenance there, I just want to put on the record, like get oil changes, stuff like that, the trucks get sent out.
Yeah.
So the stuff that gets done there, if it's small, our maintenance guy comes out and does it, it's small, but if it's anything major, like, or a big service, and maybe you take the trucks and do it at the shop.
And you could have a hydraulic leak though.
Yeah.
And so.
Anything like that.
I would say this to my commission, and I don't know if this can be done, this is an engineering question as well. I'd like to see an alternative for this as well, pricing wise, one with asphalt, at the heavy base asphalt, taking the aprons out, that's gonna save you money. You're gonna have a concrete ribbon on both sides to fortify the trench drain, but I think that should be left in. So if we do asphalt and sloping with an SOP, we'll do that, we'll handle that administratively, but then a price, or an alternative for the trench drain system and the oil separator, and have that separated out.
Mr. Martin, are you suggesting that we include the trench drain and the piping in the oil water separator as an alternate?
Yes, with heavy duty asphalt in lieu of concrete.
Now,
And with the asphalt, you're going to provide a ribbon, correct?
There-
There'll be a ribbon along the edges, correct?
Probably about 3 feet wide or something.
Okay,
Yes,
okay, good.
yes.
very good. Okay, unless there are further questions, Derek, please move further down.
Yes, sir. You tell me when. We
I think
looked at
we've
that
seen
one.
most of the civil sheets, these are just detail sheets.
Okay.
Alex, is there something here that you wanted to point out on behalf? Okay. Then Charles and Lucas, I was thinking that some of the P&E drawings we might want to look at, just generally. So close out of that, please, sir, and go to the next slide, or to the next file. That's Packard, let's open that, it's structural engineering. I think this will go pretty quick. And go to the next sheet. Yeah, that's the foundation plan. And again, on the right-hand side is what we consider the base bid, and the left-hand side will be the alternates. So you can see we're trying to design in some of the conditions that would happen for alternate number 1 and 2, again, on the left-hand side, as well as the base bid. It's important to note that this information is estimated based on Mr. Rhodes' understanding of metal buildings. Years gone by, the metal building industry was very helpful, and they would give you the reactions of the rigid frames and the columns, et cetera. Now it's gotten so competitive, they won't do it unless you promise to buy it from them. So it's a little bit more complicated. You just have to deal with it. So these are the beginnings of some of Mr. Rhodes' sheets and some of his preliminary details. And then Patrick, unless you have other questions or comments about the structural, that's fire suppression. I think we can skip fire suppression and fire alarm. You will know, go ahead and open that one up. This is plumbing. The fire suppression and fire alarm systems will be designed in accordance with code, and all the systems will be certified and approved by the fire marshal the course of the shop drawings and submittal data. I mean, this is just SOP for us and to the benefit of the city, so. The plumbing drawings, basically, we're planning to use, and I don't know which one is sanitary. So this is, CP, or we try again, it's, Schedule 40, DWV, waistlines, and, pretty straightforward, and it discharges off to the east, which will go into the wet well and then be pumped across the street. Next sheet, please, sir. This is domestic water system. This is CPVC. Charles and Lucas, if you have other information. Basically, domestic water is provided as required. We did include some hose bib for the benefit of the fire department and the apparatus bays. And then, Charles?
The hose bib and compressed.
Charles, I'm so sorry. We're trying to pick it up on video and for that, and it's really difficult. So that's why we're asking everybody if you would please, if you can, speak into the microphone.
All right. To note, any hose bib locations or compressed air locations within the apparatus bay were workshopped out with the fire department. So those locations are locations they have indicated to us.
We had a meeting with Chief Reiser and others of the fire department to look at these. It doesn't mean that this is final. If they review and decide they need to add more or take away some, it's a cost kind of situation. We want you to have what you have to have. Okay?
Derek, were you part of that meeting?
Not that particular meeting.
Okay.
Scrolling down to the next drawings, which I think is the gas.
And I apologize, I've been to so many, I kind of forget which one was what, so I might have been, but I haven't been to all.
I think it's just important that, and of course, I'm only speaking for myself, I'm not speaking for my fellow commissioners. It's just important that with some of our wishes, some of the things we're asking not to put in there, that, you know, you're the expert, you're the one that build these. And so making sure that we're in alignment with where we need to be with other stations as far as necessities or non-necessities. And that's just, I know that, you know, thankfully, you know, our fire department is giving you some information and some wants, but just to make sure that it is in alignment with other fire departments.
Very good, and several of our consultants have experience with other fire stations, as you've heard, so we kind of collectively decide what's most appropriate.
Okay.
And of course, our feedback is to you and to the fire department to make sure that we've heard what you said. So.
And that's important to us, that if we are asking for something and you feel that you're not in agreement with it, that you let us, you know, that you let us know, or that you know, give that feedback as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next slide, please.
That's it on this one. Oh, hang on.
Should be one more.
Yeah, that's it on this one. Domestic water.
I thought it was a gas plant.
Yeah, let's see. Sanitary, water, and water.
No. There's a gas on one of those same sheets there. Charles. As we expect. There is a gas service, I thought it was in the plumbing sheets, and there also is a compressed air drawing, which is probably in the domestic water. You see it, Charles?
I saw the compressed
Yeah, it
air.
should have been three.
P33?
3-3.
There it is, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just combined. It's just combined. And
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
there's the gas right here.
But yes, there is gas and compressed air.
Yeah.
Running around.
Yeah, as I recall, the heaters are not shown on this drawing, but there will be gas heaters in that apparatus bay. Charles, other sheets you want to look at? You want to look at?
Can I ask too, and I know we referenced Hawthorne, and I apologize, Commissioner Burton. It was just a point of reference, but most recent bill, but did they get gas heaters as well over there? Do they have heaters in there?
I'm certain that they do, it's a requirement.
It is a requirement. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta have.
Thank you.
You don't have to have HVAC, but you gotta have
You got that, Pete?
in the apparatus bay.
That's interesting. You would think it would be
The opposite,
the opposite.
especially here.
I don't want the sprinkler pipes to freeze.
There you go.
Okay, let's close out of that one and go to the mechanical sheets, which would be the next one down.
Mechanical and not for.
Charles, you want to walk us through this?
First few sheets are mechanical specifications, the parts and pieces, means methods. Moving on to, I think it's we have some schedules preliminary tagged with equipment that will be in there, such as unit heaters, dehumidifier for the bunker gear room, air distribution device schedule. A few of these schedules will be disappearing over the discussions to remove the secondary fan system out of the apparatus bay, which was previously covered in notes and email form to save money. So as you can see on the plan, there are actually 2 fan systems supplying exhaust in the apparatus bay. The supply will come out to save money, and the open bay doors will be used as the intake for the exhaust system.
Charles, if I may, what we want to do is keep your source capture system in as an alternate.
Okay.
Okay, and what Charles was saying, we've had some discussion, because we're trying to hedge our bets on the budget, is we just delete it, but I think it's okay to keep it in, okay, as an alternate number 3. And then, the option to that is, and Charles, what we talked about was having a standard procedure to open the garage doors, overhead doors, when the fans come on, okay? So that any CO2 or noxious gases or whatever would be exhausted to the exterior. That'll be the base bid, okay? So we'll see what's available to us.
Okay.
Even though I think Mr. Black's doing an excellent job, this crystal ball gets kind of dim on the outside, so. All right, other questions on the MPE, or do you want to say anything? Oh, I want to remind you that there was a discussion from Mr. Black about not using fiberglass duct. Most people have ductboard. I've had good experience using ductboard, but Mr. Black has.
I hate it.
Okay, and apparently Simons and Roach, and Charles would be the one to answer on this, would prefer galvanized metal ducts with exterior lining. And Charles, you want to speak on the value of that?
The metal will stand up incredibly longer. It'll be easy to clean in the future and all. Yes, the fiberboard is cheaper, it installs faster, but you're not gonna get the longevity and the cleanliness out of it that you will get with the galvanized steel. Okay.
So,
I absolutely agree with that, having just gone through that and seeing what those will absorb,
Okay.
yes. It's nasty and you never get it clean. Once you use it once, it's never clean.
by the way, the Hawthorne station has fiberglass duct.
What's the cost savings between the two?
Certain areas you want to put your money.
It's what? I'm sorry?
Certain areas you want to put your money, HVAC ductwork is one of them.
Okay.
It's a long-term health.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Charles, are there other sheets we need to dwell on for the
I
mechanic?
don't think so.
All right, very good. Derek, please close that one.
Yes,
Oh, Lucas, and we'll open the electrical.
Of course.
Yeah, yes, please. Lucas, this is Lucas McCutcheon.
Lucas McCutcheon, registered electrical engineer in the state of Florida.
Lucas.
So, move, one more sheet.
Oh, Lucas, if you would go down to like line 3, I want to talk about line 3. We can't read line 3. I know. I'm sorry, Lucas. Just giving you a little hard time there. Giving you some good practice.
Go to E 3.1, the next one, awesome. You can zoom in on the lighting plan.
Hang on a second here.
So we are all, working on a general lighting plan for the area. Most of this is generally just NEMA 1 classification. Basically what that means is everything around us right now. It's gonna look just exactly the same. The only thing we're doing a little bit above that is, of course, all the apparatus bays. I've currently designed them to have vapor type LEDs, aka IP rated 66. Basically the same thing your cell phone has. Any indirect spray can occur. Keep the lights safe, protected, all those kinds of things, because these will be exposed out into the exterior. Of course, in the future, one of the things we'll talk about once we get more defined site plan is our decision to have either side pole LEDs out on typical light poles, or if we're good with wall packs attached to the building. It's really up to the city on that point. There's a couple of specifications we go through with, parking lots, typically anything from like 1-foot candle to 3-foot candles, very, very, very small. One thing a lot of people also like to think about is, the American flag, having, that lit up. Of course, that's something we will, include in the beginning of the design. We also are designing it so that any conduit runs that will occur, I'm gonna do my best not to be crossing over any of the, truck driveways to make sure we don't have to use Schedule 80 PVC, go to Schedule 40. That will reduce some cost. And we can move on to the next sheet with that as well.
Did you say the inside lights are gonna be LEDs as well?
Yes, all
waterproof.
of it's LEDs, all will be typical. Of course, the ones above the shower are gonna be damp rated, obviously, a little bit less of a rating than the ones in the exterior. But that's how we're gonna design it initially. And we're going with, contract select fixtures, which basically what that means is these are fixtures that are already on the shelf. They don't have extended cost or lead times based on just some specialty fixture that we can do. So that's how we're basing our design at the moment.
This is E41.
Yep, so this is the general power plan. A couple things to note on here. So the electrical room is on plan north. There's an NDP, P1 and L1. Plan north. There's the lighting sheet again.
Right
There it is, yep. So we have a 800 amp NDP that's going in there along with a 400 amp P1 and a 200 amp L1. So those are the lighting and HVAC panels. Sometimes that's what I call them. The NDP is just a general panel. And the one thing we did to reduce costs on this one is we're doing all feeders, AKA things that go from the utility company to the panel or panel to panel as aluminum instead of copper. That reduces the cost considerably. The one thing I will note is that typically the NFPA 70E will say that they recommend a 20-year maintenance cycle on aluminum as opposed to a 30-year maintenance cycle for copper. So that's something to think about. Another thing to think about is aluminum will also be in a bigger size. The conduit size will get a little bit larger, so there is a little bit of incurred cost on there, but it is nowhere close to the difference between copper and aluminum. All branch circuits will be copper though. All HVAC will be copper circuits as well. So we are not going against anything with that. Of course, with the design of the riser, of course, it being a fire station for the city of Crescent City and the people there, we do have an emergency backup, or not emergency backup, optional standby generator for the facility. And we have this currently shown as a diesel generator. So that is something we will have to have a discussion with, is our difference between diesel and natural gas.
Yeah.
So this is very interesting. This is something that is definitely comes down to preference. I cannot give you a recommendation code-wise. So
We want natural gas.
We have
Okay.
natural gas department.
There's no discussion on that.
Yeah, natural gas.
Enterprise, it's natural gas.
Well, we're not,
It's his first time here.
thank you for sharing that with us, and I'm glad we caught that.
Of course.
But we absolutely have to have natural gas.
Of course, absolutely. So currently we will go with natural gas design. That actually does reduce the overall size of the generator, which makes it really nice for us. Pad size goes down. Yeah, exactly. You won't have a tank. The maintenance cycle is much, much better with natural gas. So it totally makes sense to go that route. Of course, it's going to be 240 single phase connection. It's direct from the line. We've already gotten FPL started involved in that process. So that's going to be taken care of. There's already a pole on the site. The only thing they have to install is the transformer for it. So it makes it really, really simple for us. Otherwise, do you guys have any questions, concerns, or comments on the electrical design?
Yes.
How are we sizing that generator now? Is it for certain systems, or are we doing it as a full standby or full?
Operational standby, so it's the full backup of the entire facility.
I don't know those terms, so, okay.
That was one of the things.
So to run everything.
So everything.
Run everything.
Yeah.
Yes,
Because your bay doors are motorized also.
correct,
And so you have to make sure that we have that.
absolutely.
Quick comments. I did speak with the fire marshal about what Bruce just said, and he agreed that it should be a full backup system.
Yeah.
On one of the sheets, Lucas had shown electrical outlets and maybe TV or computer, things like that, okay? So it would be good for people of the fire department and me to sit down and go over that to make sure that these are in the right location. You have to think about what the bed will be, what the furniture will be, and that kind of stuff in virtually every space. So, if you have a method of printing those out, I gave it to Sharita. She has a copy of everything that you're seeing today, and that can be printed down at 11 by 17 or 24 by 36. At that point, it would be at full scale, and then you gentlemen can get together and say, hey, I want an outlet here, a TV here, a computer here, you know, some special little device. The ice maker in the tool room, you need to locate where that is, and there was a welding circuit that was requested. So those types of things need to be specifically identified, because you want them in the right place. And we're trying to optimize these, I wouldn't say minimize them, but you don't want to have an outlet, gee, I never used that outlet, I paid $300 for it. Don't do that.
Mind if I
Please, Lucas.
So, one thing I like to do in the beginning of my design, especially something when we're at a schematic design like this, if you guys would like to, if you want to zoom in on more of the dorm areas and stuff like that. So generally what I like to do is put more outlets than required. So I would encourage you guys, if you think, for example, we have everything labeled such as the dorm room, if you think one receptacle is completely sufficient, feel free to cross off any that you guys deem is essential. I will say, in all likelihood, we're not gonna have to add, for sure, from this design. We're gonna reduce them.
Right.
So please take the time. I would like, but just wanted to sign up, put that as a note that everything here is more than sufficient. It's more of just a removal process at this point on. Thank you.
And I will say this from a cost perspective, designing it like this, we had a brand new build out we did for our public works facility in Atlantic Beach. And we went with the design like this because you just don't know how you're gonna configure it. And to put it in later, it's gonna cost way more than to do it now. What is the cost per switch that we're talking about right now?
Per outlet.
Or per outlet?
Steve, you've got a from an outlet.
We have $300.
Yeah.
Costs us
But
minuscule
what you
overall.
it costs you 4 times that.
Right.
You gotta tear up all
I say you go in with it. That's my
I'm
advice
one
on
that
that.
believes you can never have enough outlets.
Right.
I have an agreement.
Right.
You never have
This
enough
is
outlets.
definitely sufficient, more than sufficient.
Yeah.
Good job on that.
Thank you again, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you go back to that image you just had before?
Back to the other.
Electrical?
Yep.
Okay.
So one concern that I have is, scroll up. So if you look at this image right here, it says cascade system. You have it connected to the gear storage room, correct? With no exterior door for the cascade system.
That's correct.
Currently, you have problems with gear off-gassing when we take it off.
Correct.
So you are literally going to have us filling an air bottle connected to a room, which is the only door to the outside. So you can't draw fresh air into the cascade system without pulling it through the gear room.
Okay. Charles, you want to speak to that? We've addressed it, but maybe Charles is the best one to speak to that.
Yes.
Would you come to the vote?
You could actually flip back to the mechanical plan on that.
So you have to get it out of this file and back to it. Yeah, that's it.
Go to the M3.1 plan. All right, you zoom in on that upper gear.
Oops, sorry.
Okay.
Some PDF, it's weird one.
You zoom in on the
Yeah.
upper gear and MTX. Okay. So what we have here is we have in the cascade room, a small ductless split.
Okay.
The set ones have a knockout to put fresh air into them. So we're slightly pressurizing that room.
Okay.
There's an exhaust fan in the gear locker. We're just gonna draw air through it and keep that room under negative with relationship to the cascade room.
So we keep the door closed on that room if we're filling
Yeah.
bottles? Okay,
Maybe
cool.
keep it closed.
Okay, that's my question.
We do an undercut on the door to make sure that relationship is continued in there. But our concept is to keep that room slightly pressurized, keep this one negative, so it is not gonna be drawing in from the.
So we would need to put signage up in there for anybody doing that work, to keep the door closed.
I don't think that would be required because the mechanical systems are keeping that scenario constant
Okay.
in there. I don't think that would matter.
Okay. system for keeping it. Okay.
So the room where the cascade system is, will be under positive pressure, and the gear lockers will be negative pressure. So the outgassing of equipment into gear lockers will always be discharged and will suck literally from the cascade system. So it'll get fresh air to discharge. Okay. Should be foolproof.
Okay. Okay.
Captain, does that alleviate your
Yes.
concern? Okay, Commissioner DeVito?
I have a question for Mr. Taylor.
Yes, ma'am, Mr. Peter.
So I don't really know anything about systems of pressure. What guarantees that it's foolproof? What guarantees that it will always work? You just said it is a foolproof system.
Well, again,
I mean, is there
one
any,
side is positive pressure, so it's always pushing air in.
what you're
Okay.
talking about, the heating and air system?
That's correct.
Okay, what if it breaks? What if it is not functional at any particular time?
And obviously, there's a breach in the system, and it needs to be
Okay, so-
restored.
So then how do they operate properly while there is a problem with the system?
Is there gonna be a sensor in there to indicate to them that there's an issue? It's kind of like you have a smoke alarm. Is there an alarm sensor in there to tell them if something's not operating correctly?
In this case, Charles, I'm of the opinion that that's where the conditioned air comes from as well,
Correct.
and that's a
So-
lot.
So
So,
sorry,
Nothing is completely foolproof.
you can't mitigate every single risk unless you're gonna install double of what everything's in there. A precautionary, format, if we're sticking with the door leading into the gear lock room, and we're going to maintain that design, a precautionary format would be to put one of the NO2 CO sensors in the room to alarm if it detects elevated amounts of that gas.
Okay, so there is a sensor.
Yes.
Okay,
thanks, Charles.
does that help you,
Well,
Commissioner DeVito?
Actually, I didn't think of the sensor part. I just thought if the whole system is down for any reason and they do go down, since there's no outside door, how much loss of function will the fire department have?
There shouldn't be a lot of a loss of function if the system were to go down. You're gonna instantly feel it when the door opens. And there's only 2 to 3 personnel that usually fill bottles, myself being one of them. I'm an air pack technician, so. Usually there's only gonna be 2 to 3 people filling it up, and you're gonna be able to tell just with it being pressurized, you're gonna be able to feel it when you open the door.
Right.
I
So,
guess what I'm saying is if the need to fill these bottles, how would that affect your overall operations at any given time, or do you always have backups available?
we always have backups available, even if the system were to go down, we've got up to 10 bottles
Okay,
on the rack and at
that's
least
what
4.
that's what I wanted to know. Okay, thank you. That gets it. Thank you, ma'am.
Let's look at the one that says number 15. Okay, we've looked at this before. What I did with this spreadsheet was to compare the Hawthorne facility, which is the second column on the left, to what we're doing for our project, okay? Which is the right-hand column. The other column is empty, so that's the column right there, here. Yes, sir. Scroll to the bottom, please. 2 things I want to say about this. You see, in many cases, there's a letter which follows the number, like 33A, 33B. 33. These are additional topics that Mr. Black has included in his breakdown, in addition to what we had in the Hawthorne breakdown. And he'll continue to expand these categories as we refine our costs. The other thing, of course, is the Hawthorne project did self-perform and site utilities, and that their cost was about $300,000. That's line 36. Their bid price was over $500,000, so they were able to save some money. Now, I'm of the opinion that the city of Crescent City will not be able to site perform a lot of their work. I understood from Mr. Harris and Mr. Martin that we will be able to clean clean the site and get it prepared for construction. And I was of the opinion that the Crescent City Natural Gas could also do the natural gas outside of the contract, which basically would provide gas to the site, which would be available to the contractor for his use. So those are things I think that the city might want to try to capitalize on. And now I'm going to refer to the summary that I passed out this morning. I want to highlight on the first page that the additive alternate number one for Mr. Black's initial review was it was $290,000 for additive alternate number one. You see that, Mayor, on the sheet that I passed out this morning?
Yeah.
Page one. at the
Okay,
bottom.
page one, okay.
All right, all commissioners have that. Page two at the top, additive alternate is about $107,000, okay? And Mr. Rhodes and I think we can make this such that if you choose alternate two and not alternate one, you'll still get the benefit of the canopy. Alternate three was the source capture system, Charles, so we do want to keep that as an alternate. And we've added an alternate for this discussion, which will be number four, which will be the grease trap and the oil water separator and the piping and so on. So that'll be number four, and the price of that has to be determined. I'll remind you that alternates require us as consultants all to design these things two separate ways. So there's some additional expense on here. I'm imposing on my consultant team not to ask for more money, but this is our goal, to give you the options and let you make the choice. Patrick and I have discussed an alternate on the metal building, which he thinks could save some money, but it would limit our option for the alternates. So I'm not going to consider that right now. I want to see more of what that is. Item C, I mentioned to you before, we're going to eliminate panic hardware. We're going to use conventional hardware. The overhead doors are, as far as I'm concerned, are going to be top of the line. Impact resistant, insulated, with operators, remote operators, and so on, and photo array to keep fire trucks from blocking the entrance and hitting the door. So pipe columns will be installed, HVAC systems will be split systems with auxiliary mini split units as necessary. Like the Hawthorne station, we are going to use epoxy flooring virtually everywhere. The helipad has been deleted, okay?
I'm sorry,
Yes, ma'am.
let me ask you a question about the epoxy flooring. At one point, we were talking about doing the polished concrete.
Yes.
I see on here where you've got LVT flooring, and I
What?
thought we had eliminated the LVT. Maybe
that-
I'm looking at the wrong one.
Oh, that might have been, Steve had an old number in his estimate, so I
Okay,
just left it
so
in there.
we're eliminating the LVT,
We're eliminating.
correct? And we were gonna go to a polished concrete. Now, it's the polished concrete, you're putting an epoxy, where's the epoxy going? And
Okay.
how long what's the lifespan of the epoxy and what's the upkeep compared to the polished concrete?
Okay. I would just have to check on some warranties on the products. Okay,
You see what I mean?
I understand.
Okay,
What happened was, I know, Mayor, we had talked about using polished concrete, and I think there was a little bit of resistance from the fire department on the polished concrete because it's hard to repair should there be damage to the floor. The epoxy was, again, what was used in the Hawthorne station. It was used even in the apparatus bay, which I thought was really pretty good. So I thought that we had agreed to use the epoxy. One of the things I like about it is it's turned up at the edge,
okay.
so there's no
So
joint.
it comes up at the edge and so
Yeah.
it seals it.
Yeah.
So there's a seal there.
Yeah.
It creates that seal. Okay, I just didn't know. I just wanted to make sure that we had eliminated the LVT.
We had, and I can do some more research on the epoxy and the warranties.
And if the epoxy is the best thing and it has the, the lifespan that it needs and for their concern,
Well, that's my
They're living
opinion.
on it.
Now,
They're
we do some
living
more
on it.
research.
they're living on it, not us. Okay.
Are you looking at like polyaspartic alternatives to the epoxy as well?
I haven't done that so far.
Can you look into that?
I can,
It's,
yeah.
it's better than it's better.
Pick the better.
I'm saying it's gonna last longer than the epoxy.
Well, you should, go check it.
The difference, I think, between a polished concrete versus the epoxy is that it's turned up at the outside edges and there's no joint. Kind of neat. On page 2, paragraph 5, those are owner direct purchase processes or owner furnished contractor installed. And Steve had mentioned these. I think these are all good ideas, like the lift station. That would be owner furnished contractor installed. grease interceptor, I think that's for the kitchen, Steve, we had here. Overhead doors could be owner furnished, contractor installed. And the pre-engineered metal building could be owner direct purchase. HVAC units, lighting package, generator, gear lockers, all these things could be owner purchase, direct purchase.
Okay, Mayor, I have a question. Just to clarify this question for Mr. Taylor. So the items that are owner direct purchase, they're still included in the, what was at our last meeting, the 2.7 million plus? That if an item is going to be owner direct purchase, are you still including the cost in the grand total?
Yes, it would be paid for by the grant. Mr. Martin, I'm talking
Yeah.
about that.
Okay,
And-
just double checking.
Yes.
Okay.
And if the Crescent City Natural Gas performs, or if there's materials and equipment required for the city to do the clearing and grading, I think those costs would all be allowable by the grant.
And I think you said before, but on those owner direct purchase or furnished items, then that would save us a little bit on the percentage overhead,
The state taxes is the big savings there.
the state taxes.
Yes, ma'am,
Okay,
because the city is tax exempt.
thank you.
Is there any, I don't see in here, but is there a contingency built into these totals?
There's a general contingency across the entire estimate.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Where do you have that set at? What do you, Crystal?
Right now,
Now.
about 5-6%.
I don't know if y'all heard that. In the numbers that we have right now, he's got about a 5 to 6% contingency built in the totals. So I just wanted y'all to know, I didn't see a separate line. There's no specific line item. It's in all the totals.
Each one is, has
Spread,
that.
yeah,
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we're so early in the design phase right
Yeah.
now that, everything that's been estimated, I've always estimated at the high end.
Okay, thank you.
Except for we've got some, like the overhead doors got close to it. But I've been estimating at very high, at the higher end of that, of the range on a specific unit cost, to help build that contingency throughout.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions by the commission?
Commissioners, do you have any questions?
For this document? Is that what you're saying?
I'm at the bottom of page 2, item 6. We talked about reducing the amount of flexible and rigid pavement as much as possible. And I don't know, Alex, if we can do more than what we've already done as far as seeing the scope of the work.
Right, just the amount of concrete at the apparatus base, reducing that to about 3 to 5 feet, and heavy duty asphalt.
And at the top of page 3, and Roman numeral small I, Crescent City Land Development Code will allow some grass parking. Do you want to entertain that, or do you want to think about that?
Well, I'm sorry, what did you just say?
The Crescent City Land Development Code
Yes.
will allow some grass parking, stabilized and grass parking. You're required to have 8 plus 1, we've got that, and the parking across the aisle would be grass, the driveways would be asphalt.
I mean, let's look at our current fire station. How many cars do we typically have parked there on any given day? There was one there this morning. Sometimes there's none. So, I mean, are we okay with having just the 8?
I think it's more than enough.
Okay.
If you reduce it,
Community event at the station,
Yeah.
I don't see anything wrong with grass or even the
Yeah.
gravel, as long as it's
Yeah.
further away from the station.
Yeah.
But I mean, you shouldn't expect a huge turnout at the station. If anything, you might have a couple stations show up, but they're coming in their trucks to fill their bottles or something like that, so.
Okay.
But I mean, as far as civilian people parked, or civilian vehicles
Uh-huh.
parking, 8 plus 1 should be enough.
Okay, so we'll proceed in that direction.
Commission, everyone's comfortable with that? Okay.
Okay.
and that'll then reduce a little bit of your site work, your pond, correct? Your dry,
Yes, so yeah, we'll save some on
a little bit.
asphalt
Okay.
and, you know, and maybe a little bit on site water retention. We're getting in it, trying to get there. The ponds are designed to accommodate the base bid, as far as we know, without any expansion capabilities. However, as you expand the station, they can be expanded.
Absolutely.
Balance and cut and fill, we're planning to use the fill retention ponds as part of the building.
As much as possible, I mean, that gets back into
sorry about that.
The pond's being big enough just for what you're designing. I
The
mean,
base.
It could either be tightened up just to satisfy the treatment attenuation for the phase one, or they can be expanded a little bit to get additional fill material to not have to import. So it's a balancing act to balance the site.
Now,
So,
personally, I would prefer the latter.
Yeah.
Make the ponds a little
Right.
bigger,
exactly.
and then use that fill for building.
Agreed.
And right now, they're just designed for the base bid, not the alternative bay.
A1 is included, I assume A2 is in there,
Yeah.
okay?
Okay.
So in that respect, they are both, you know.
Okay.
With alternate one, you already have the concrete pad, so that's been accommodated for in the design.
Okay,
Alternate two is not, because that's not.
Okay.
got it.
Right, and as Mr. Taylor mentioned previously, we got the geotech report back like a day or two before this CD set was, or DD set was provided. So right now, as ponds as shown, they have more capacity than needed for the base bid right now.
So, and if we went a little larger, so if someone, for some reason, if we were to have to do something next to, that's where I was saying, if we made sure that we kept that extra acreage and we're not sitting right in the middle, they could possibly also utilize that pond if we made it a little larger.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Other things that Alex and I will consider is optimizing the interior curbs and gutters to only placing where absolutely necessary. Asphalt is a little bit more susceptible to erosion because of the absence of curbs and gutters. And the last one, we bounced around a couple of times, requirements for landscaping and irrigation may be reduced or even eliminated at the discretion of the city, the way the LDC is written. So you want to consider that, or what are we going to do there?
Well, I mean, it just depends on, I guess we would have to look at what we would be doing for irrigation, what we would be doing for the irrigation, especially if we're gonna have to sod any of it.
Right.
Keith, your thoughts on that with irrigation?
I don't know what it would cost, but we could run it from the wastewater plant and use the reclaimed water.
As long as it's not hitting the building and we don't get that metal.
Well, this,
That's
once it goes through the plant and all that, you can actually drink it.
Yeah, but we could do that. Okay, and that would take care of the irrigation portion of it, and then the landscaping, I mean, could our guys not, if we purchased,
We could self-perform that.
yeah,
Mhm.
okay,
You see on the breakout there, items 33G and 33H. The landscaping and grass was 16,500, irrigation is 11,000.
up there, there's one there.
So in the budget, we had $27,500 for those items.
And that's just an estimate.
Yeah,
There's no landscaping plan, that's just how much area I do, that's, I'll just sort of like here. So,
That's gonna tighten up.
Okay. And, we might get to the end and we might have, some reserve ones, so.
okay. Circle that.
Maybe.
The chief, I'm gonna back up just 1 second. The chief had asked me some questions about the estimate of probable construction costs. And he took exception to a couple of things, and I'm glad Steve is here to talk about this. And this is on page 1 at the top. Steve had included a couple $1,000 in round numbers for small tools. In most general contracts between the owner and the contractor, there is an allowance for tools to be replaced.
Right,
You can imagine that a contractor comes to a job and he has a variety of tools in his possession that he will use for the project. And he would also anticipate that some of these tools would be lost or broken or stolen. And so he's going to put a dollar amount in his contract to cover that. And that's what Steve had done. He put a number in there. And I think if you said, we're not going to pay for your small tools, he would just increase his general conditions somewhere.
well, and then that's typical, because oftentimes, even when you're building a house, they put in for that, if
it's a very common
if they
line.
break a saw or something, you end up paying for that, if the saw blade, if they need an additional saw blade,
Right.
you end up paying for that, so.
Yeah, you can't eliminate it, I mean, it's an expense to the contractor.
Right.
And typically you're gonna pay that, so, I'm sorry, but it's there. Drone services, again, Steve has seen this a lot more in commercial projects where it's a fairly economical line item. He had a few $1,000s in there for drone services, and we can tell the contractor, we don't wanna pay for that, so. Again, if he opts to do that, then he'll put some money in there and do that on his own.
So that is specifically for monthly progress reporting back to the owner to show you overhead shots of the job site, even video of the job site on a monthly or whatever regular scheduled basis you want. And I'm just seeing it more and more in public work.
Yeah.
And definitely on private work. Because we like, as contractors like to show you photographs and things in the progression of the project, right? And by giving you, bi-monthly or even just monthly overhead shots, you kind of get a sense of what's going on your job site. It's also a record for us to be able to tell you what's going on in the job site in case something happens, whether it's weather, theft, whatever it may be. And so it's optional. I just put it in there so we're covered for it. Again, building an estimate at this age, at this time of the project, is trying to capture as many worst case scenarios as possible to reduce your risk down the road. So.
So,
So what do you, so what are we doing? Are we deleting it or are we keeping it in there?
well, I'm inclined to keep it
Okay.
because he has it in this budget that we're looking at. And we think it's a valuable service that the city could benefit from. And it's not terribly expensive. And I'm kind of thinking that that's along the other line, that he would do it anyway, he just wouldn't share it with you.
Yeah.
If we tell him he's gonna have to share it with us, then we get the benefit of it.
I think that would, even if we didn't even have to do it monthly, if we did it every 2 months or whatever.
Yeah. The irrigation part of the job, we've already talked about. I addressed Chief Reiser's concerns. Basically, that's something we're gonna have to do to comply with the city orders, simply stated. Dumpster enclosure, we already talked about. The final cleaning and the site work. The chief had proposed that the fire department personnel do final cleaning. And Steve may want to
Final
talk to this.
cleaning on the building,
Yeah.
Yeah,
on the entire, but so a construction clean.
yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, no. No, have any of you ever done construction clean?
It's a lot more tedious and difficult than you might suspect.
Well,
So
and
what
building
we're
inspections-
talking about, Commissioner DeVito, is at the very end, before you turn the property over, you go in and everything is cleaned.
No, I get that part. What I don't get is, but thank you, I did get that part. But so are you wanting the contractor to take care of it? Or-
Yes.
Yes.
Because I would assume that we don't want to take that on for our staff, that's ridiculous.
Well, and they're not skilled in that.
It's a big
Exactly.
undertaking.
And so you go in and somebody all of a sudden takes a razor blade to a window and they don't have water on it. Then you've scratched up a window, and so then who's responsible? So that's a responsibility thing too, because that responsibility would come back on us, where really the contractor, if they're doing it. And oftentimes a contractor will find things that the average person cleaning will not find, when they're doing those final cleanings.
And maybe should I go back to, yes, and I agree with you, to me, the building is not complete until they presented it to me. I really don't understand the need for drone services for, project reports. It would seem to me that when the contractor, when anyone on this job is sending in a bill, that they send you an itemized record of what they've done, and if necessary, they take a photograph. I mean, this isn't that large of a project. I'm just not understanding why we have to be charged for drone services for updates on a building. They're gonna be billing us periodically anyway, is that not correct?
Yeah.
I think it's good information.
We just talked about this, Commissioner DeVito.
I know, and I'm coming back to it.
Okay. Well, the comment was, and Steve,
But I heard the comment, I mean, this is not a skyscraper, it's a large, technically it's a one-story building, although it's a very tall building. Taller than your average one-story building. I mean, to me, it just seems,
It's best day service,
Right.
that I put in the estimate under the general conditions. It's not a requirement. If the county decides not to pursue that, that's fine.
No, okay, so,
I know.
right, so here's the reason I'm raising it. We're not the county, not that they're a
The
wealthy
city,
county either,
sorry, the city.
but we are.
We know what you were talking about.
Right, we're a very cost-constrained small city who are trying to keep within the funding parameters of a specific dollar amount from the legislature. So that's why I'm saying, it just, I don't know what the price tag on it is either, so there you go.
But I would also add that,
Okay, like $5,000 or something.
Yeah, I have to go back.
Okay.
I mean, not only is it valuable for us as a commission to know what's going on, it's valuable for us to share with the public. And so as the progress goes on, people want to know what's going on. And we can put it on our website so they can get and watch the drone video and see the update every month. So, I mean, I think that that's something that.
And I don't know that I understand. I think let's split the baby here. So maybe we don't have the full every month and see if that could reduce the cost, but maybe quarterly or every 2 months, like I said earlier. And this will just give a snapshot it'll give us a snapshot as well as to what's going on the property.
It's
Yes,
$2,000.
Yeah.
2,000,
Yeah.
2,000 out of 3
$2
million.
million project.
Yeah.
You're splitting me this year.
And it could be very beneficial. This is an exciting thing too, so we could also use this as an opportunity to share with the public, this is what your tax dollars is doing for you.
And also promote the city.
And promote the city that we're building this and have a continuous, so for $2,000. I see both sides of it, but I also think that, the more information we share, because again, we've tucked this outside the city, I mean, not outside the city limits, but we've tucked it off the main road, and a lot of people don't drive that way, so they might not see it. And so this will be a good opportunity for us to keep it in the forefront of everyone's thoughts.
I know it's small dollars, but would there be any objection of doing it in-house? We have members of the fire department, myself, that have drones.
Captain,
that
he
can-
does
that can do-
a great drone footage,
Yeah.
so.
A little bit. Again, I mean.
And we can share the footage. I'm just, if it's 2,000, it's 2,000. And it's not a lot of money, but.
I think we've been at.
Commissioner DeVito.
Thank you, Mayor. Just my concern was at the prior meeting where Mr. Taylor did this review, I think there was some discussion of, to come in under budget, we might have to leave off some of the interior finishings. You asked the question, does the 2.7 million that was estimated include all the interior furnishings? And it was not. So that just is part of my concern.
2,000 to pay for the TVs.
Pardon?
2,000 to pay for the TVs for the dormitories.
Well,
So, I mean,
there
there's
you go.
different things that it could go
Yes.
to.
So
So you work that, I think,
We'll work that out.
yeah, Derek, you and is everybody in agreement? Derek, you and Mr. Taylor, y'all work that out based on the comments that you're receiving here and see if
Yes.
there's something, a solution. And if they're comfortable with us doing it in-house, we can do it in-house, as long as we're able to provide updates.
Yes, ma'am. And also
I think it's a
too,
consensus from everyone that we provide updates.
absolutely. Okay, great idea.
and the contractor, depending on who they are, some contractors actually have cameras that they install as part of their base. I mean, that's what they do for their security, for progress, and we can always talk to them about sharing that information. So we'll do what we can. I want to just let the commission know, earlier I asked a question about contingency and if it was built in, and it's actually built in. Typically, you see a line item in there for contingency. These numbers are high. None of the value engineering that we talked about really reflect here. If you take that 6% out, you're sitting around $2.5 million, give or take, $2.5 million. So,
Can I just make it?
and
The only thing we spend money on right now is all this planning.
that's it.
Okay, so when are we shovel ready? When are we gonna get going and see what the costs actually are going to be? Because I think the longer we wait, all of this is gonna get worse, okay,
Every-
the price and the cost is all gonna go up higher. And it's like, okay, we can talk about it, when are we actually gonna be doing it?
Commissioner Burton, that's a great comment. We're here today to help you understand what the scope of the work is and give the commission an opportunity to do exactly what you're doing, question and answer. Our next step, and at the bottom of this presentation, I'm going to say to the commission, will you approve this phase? And you can say it's approved or approved with comments or approved subject to subsequent presentations, because it's not just one and done.
Yeah.
But this next phase is a detailed construction document preparation, which will expand on what you've seen before. And we and our consultants will take advantage of your recommendations and concerns and strive to the best of our ability to keep this guy in budget.
Yeah.
Again, we can't guarantee anything. I mean, it could be World War III before we get to that, but we're hoping.
I have a question on the 25A, the casework.
Yes.
Custom lockers for 44,000, what?
Yeah, so I've estimated a couple fire stations very recently,
Uh-huh.
and most of them have done custom millwork for the lockers,
Uh-huh.
and they're very expensive.
Mhm.
And the chief has already commented on that, where I think he's fine with doing a standard kind of metal locker off the
Awesome,
shelf, which is fine. If I can get a spec, or someone to tell me what they want, then I can go ahead and price that and get that into the estimate. So that number is gonna come, that number will probably just go away. And there's millwork for the kitchen,
Sure.
stuff like that,
Sure,
but the lockers are very expensive.
Okay.
It's a cost.
I can provide that information. All right, thank you.
Good question there.
Did
44
they
grand.
remove the gear extractors from this?
They were always optional anyway, but yeah.
Okay, so those were removed?
Yeah, all that.
So even in the estimate, they were optional, so they were not part of the number. They were listed as optional.
Do we need the gear extractors or?
No,
they're gonna buy
we've
them
actually got two plus a gear dryer, so
Okay.
that's a cost that we're not gonna need.
So we can, how new are they?
One of them is being delivered this week,
Okay,
so it's new, so it'll probably set the box until this project is done.
okay. And just, I mean, we just want to make sure that we're not taking anything that's outdated or old and if it went past. But the new stuff, that's good. That's good.
What did Hawthorne do for their roll-up doors over there?
Where did they get them?
Yeah, where did,
Overhead doors.
and are we getting the same one?
I don't know.
Because our cost is really high compared to theirs.
Well, I asked
number
the supplier
14.
that, and I don't know if he's the same guy, but it is an overhead door system.
So let me expand on it. Bob went out and worked with the local overhead door company, rep.
Right.
I priced a job, and I'm actually gonna start building it beginning next month for Nassau County Fire Station addition. And as I was getting overhead door numbers, I was getting from 3 different overhead door company representatives, and I got 3 different prices. So when the GC goes to actually buy these things out, they're gonna find the most competitive price they can get.
Okay.
All right, so you have a number from overhead door company that is a placeholder for your dollars for this.
Okay.
And you don't have to go to overhead door company. There's other manufacturers out there you can go to get a more cost-effective door if you choose to, depending on the spec and how it's written.
Right.
That would be at the bottom of you guys. So you have a placeholder, and I wanted to explain this on the estimate. When people think of estimates, they think that we've gone through, and looked at every screw, every nut, every bolt, every piece of conduit. I don't have that level of detail. So what I did in this estimate was I looked at assemblies, systems, and in some cases, actual unit cost for certain, like asphalt is unit cost. So I could just take the square foot of that. But without a full set of design drawings, like Robert was just responding to for that previous question, I don't have a full list of bill of materials yet.
Yes,
So my estimate is, and that's why I said it's a built-in contingency, because I'm looking at systems. So what is my HVAC system, or what is this particular type of HVAC system, what's it typically cost? Electrical, basically, looking at a generator, you guys are doing that, originally I had it. But anyway, so I'm looking at certain things as a system or an assembly, versus going into the true unit cost of, I got this many studs, this many square feet of sheet rock, all the way down the line. As we get more detail in the drawings, the estimate will become more detailed. And typically it will come down, because we're getting into tighter numbers as opposed to higher level unit costs. And it's done that way intentionally, because at the beginning of a project, you want to capture your worst case scenarios and all your contingencies. And as that scope gets further defined, we can hone in the estimate and get tighter and tighter and tighter. So it's an upside down triangle.
And this is one of those items that we can also offset some cost by owner direct purchase too.
Absolutely.
So I just want y'all to look at that line item, if there's money savings there. And then I had a question too, the ones I guess we're gonna price it out, but these also have a component that they can also be manually ran just in case, correct?
I mean, they open and close.
Manually open,
Oh,
Yeah.
Manually,
But, so, yeah, I mean.
like a disconnect chain and you
And
can,
that's kind of that's a mechanical question too, in terms of
Okay.
code says.
Okay.
If they're manually operated, they may then, and you can answer this, they may require actually true ventilation system, because those doors could remain open and closed. But on a power operated door, you can probably answer.
I just know if the power goes out and they're not working,
Like a
even
generator
if
system.
there's something wrong with the generator, that there's, let's just say something massive happens.
Oh, can the doors be manually?
Yeah, so you disconnect them and manually open them. I just wanna make sure we have that capability, that's all.
And
I'm
emergency
sorry,
security.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So that is yes.
Bollards, I know you talked about putting some bollards in the parking, in the,
Next to the apparatus bay on either side of the door.
okay,
And
So-
the dumpster.
And
That's
that's,
used.
yeah, and by the dumpster too.
There was one last question that the chief had asked me, and I want to address this, item 6 on the first sheet, about site work. About, the chief had proposed that we be allowed to do site work, and there are a lot of issues about that. We talked about some of the issues relative to responsibility and obviously coordination and control between the site work contractor and the general contractor. So I spoke to Mr. Martin prior to the meeting and said, in view of these things, we decided that it's not a good idea to separate the site work from the general contract. And that's basically what I would instruct Alex to do, is be in a single contract. I know there was a potential cost saving, but there's also potential liability.
Yeah, I would think so, that as a general contractor, that they might not even be willing to bid on that because of the liability, that if we don't do our site work correctly, and ultimately you have cracks, something, you never know what can happen.
Could be a lot of issues, so that would be the response relative to that last item. So with that, unless there are further questions, I'm gonna move back to page 3.
It could be about the signage in that contract, and the city handle the signage. Public Works and put up all the stop signs and all the signage.
Oh, the signage, certain signage could be provided by owner.
We could do that signage.
Yeah, all of that, we'd save that money out of the site work contract, so.
So, I mean, as long as they meet the
We
state
just need to
requirements,
make
DOT
sure that
requirements.
any of these things that's owner purchase, that it's still wrapped into the entire project.
Yes.
That's very important. That's wrapped into it.
so
that's-
typically what you'll see from a general contractor and an ODP program is, you will not see the cost of material in the estimate, right? Just the labor to install. Unless you're like the metal building, unless you're gonna pay for the entire installation and erection. And then you would see it all in our estimate, it would be all in your line item budget. Typically, you buy a metal building, you want the erection too. And not always by the same.
Could you, I'm sorry, I hate to ask you this, but would
Steve,
you
would
come
you come up,
forward
please, sir?
and explain that, please?
But I
I know,
no, so for,
it's safe back there.
yeah, for an ODP program, like I just said, as a general contractor, you would not see any of the material costs in their estimate, only the labor to install. If it's a furnishing installed by the owner, you won't see it all in our estimate, other than some coordination.
So that would be like us buying,
If you bought the metal building. for
if we
example,
bought the metal building kit, and then they would put it together, so that.
So they would fabricate it and erect it,
Yeah.
and all you would see in ours would be part of our general conditions with the coordination.
Okay,
But that could be a big savings to you, because, being a public job, there's typically no sales tax anyway for material. There's no sales tax on labor, but we are savings overhead. And then markup in general, on top of the.
that the contractor would have
Right.
on
Well,
that.
now, yeah, you're still gonna pay the manufacturer
Right.
overhead, and profit, but you don't see it on our side. So, some of these, that's why Bob was saying, some of these big ticket items, HVAC, the generator, metal building, you buy that. and they take that material out of and labor out of the contract, you're saving a lot of money.
Can we buy the concrete direct?
That's getting a little uncommon.
But can we?
I mean, I guess technically you can buy anything that you want, but,
I would save money,
well, you're saving,
no taxes.
well, you have to have tax on your children.
Okay.
Yeah.
Public jobs do not pay tax, typically, and nonprofits don't pay tax on material. So if you're buying, you're still paying the overhead.
Mayor,
Yes.
so it sounds like this gentleman, and I'm sorry, could you repeat your name?
Steve Black, Operating
Black,
Construction.
okay. What Mr. Black says sounds different than the response that Mr. Taylor made when I asked the question about where do we save the money and also the overall cost of the job. So Mr. Taylor said the savings, if we buy things, are in the sales tax. Mr. Black is saying, no, there's no sales tax for
Typically.
a public job
Typically
anyway.
for public jobs.
Exactly, but we would save the money in the overall contract overhead.
Usually for the material side, yeah.
Right, that's what you just said, but then the other concern I have, which is what I asked the question about, and sounds to me like you're asking about, is when we're doing the overall budget on our side, to know, is this gonna come in under the $3 million? Are the things we buy for ourselves, including in Mr. Taylor's overall estimate of cost here, or do we need to keep a running total?
The latter.
Separate.
The latter.
Keep.
So you want to have two pools of money for, if you do ODP, you need two pots of money. You need what you're gonna buy
Yes.
and furnish by
Okay.
yourselves, and then what's in your general contract. So you got two pots of money, and the more ODP you do, the larger that pot gets, obviously. Whether you can transfer internally within your own accounting, the general funding of the project into another account.
No.
That's up to you.
Because all of that's gonna have to be purchased on the front end and then reimbursable through the appropriations.
Right, so, Mr. Taylor, will you keep track of that for us, or do we need to do that at the city staff and commission level? The contractor purchase versus the owner purchase?
There's usually three parties involved: the owner, the architect, and the contractor. The contractor will also keep track of ODP items, or in some cases, tax exempt items, but that really probably won't happen here because you already are, but that's for a church, for example. They'll be tax exempt on certain things that they may not on others. And they typically have a limit on their owner direct purchase items, nothing over $50,000, or they'll set a cap on it. And so the general contractor, the architect, and the owner will maintain a log of all these items. Now, for planning, that's during construction, but for planning purposes, yeah, it really comes down to you two.
Okay.
The Crescent City and
the architect,
to
okay.
put that list together. And as an estimator, I'll work with you as well, but I'm not necessarily building it. I'm just doing it through
Doing the cost
construction.
estimations.
To help maintain an organized list of what you're gonna ODP or OFC, ODP, owner furnished, owner installed, is basically the same thing.
When we take this out to bid, are you done, Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. Thank you.
When we take this out to bid, are we going to have that, show that, what would be?
Yes.
I would think so.
Yes.
So when it goes out to bid, so that general contractor will know what we'll be purchasing and what they would be responsible for.
Yeah, that would be part of your.
So we'll have to have that,
RFP.
yeah.
Yes, your RFP,
Taking care
it's covered, your RFP, ITB, whatever it's gonna be.
Yeah.
You don't have to put dollar amounts on it, you just say what it is.
Just what they were,
But you need to be very clear about what that relationship is gonna be. Furnished versus and installed, or just owner furnished, contractor installed. And then you want to have some clear definition of what that scope item is, so they understand what the coordination is or installation requirements are.
So that's good to know too, that it wouldn't just be furnished, but we would be furnishing, but they would be doing the install. So that they know that. So, okay, that's great, thank you.
Good. Thank you, Steve.
Do we have any other concerns that you have, Mr. Taylor, based on?
Not with reference to anything we recently discussed. But I would like to kind of finish this up. I'll try to go as quickly as possible.
I have one, so.
Go ahead, Derek, please. Yes.
Line item back up at the line item 9 for that concrete. That includes all of the concrete that was on that plan plus the alternative?
On my original estimate, no, the alternates were add alts, but they were not part of that 2.7 million.
Okay,
So, but that, so add alt 1, or the base bid already includes the concrete slab for the
for the third bay.
third bid.
Okay.
That's already in the base bid.
Okay,
Add alternate 2 was the expanding concrete and building.
okay,
So as far as the concrete concerns, you got the third bay already included.
perfect. And then I know it's a huge cost, which we already talked about that. So you have just a full in, very high number. This is also an area for savings.
It's also based on, like a bid lot of jobs.
Yeah, today's concrete dollars, it's scary.
And,
Okay.
and as we discussed, we got some pretty heavy foundations.
Yeah. Thank you.
Very good.
Before we finish up, as a matter of time, this is going, we weren't going to do anything, but do you want us to order just a couple? I think we could do probably maybe just 3 subs, just something for a snack. What are we wanting? What are we wanting to do, commission?
Something, yeah,
Okay,
something would be great.
okay. Could you do that for us, Bonnie? And then we'll take a break. And then
Anything special?
just, I think,
Yeah, I think.
yeah, ham and turkey. Ham and turkey.
Get from this.
And then the side.
And the side stuff on the side.
Sure. Well, I'm in the middle of page 3.
Okay.
And basically it's just reading off the agenda.
That's fine. I'm doing some housekeeping. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No worries, thank you, ma'am. I'm on page 3, Article 7. Patrick and I have discussed reclassifying the building to a type 5B, which would still leave the apparatus bay as pre-engineered metal building, but the business and dormitory area would be wood frame. We think we can save some money by doing that. Patrick and I have discussed some of those, so, ma'am?
I don't want any wood frame. There's too many termites here in Florida. How long do you, okay, I know I have a stamp time when I'm not gonna be here any longer and it probably lasts longer than me. But whenever you do things with wood here.
It would be in the business area, Commissioner Burton, and the objective here is to lower the cost on some of these items to basically increase our contingency. Right now, the bottom line here is 2.7 million, and we haven't purchased the alternate. So we need to find some more things to bring it down, so we can purchase alternate number 1.
So this is the framing of the business area. So you're proposing to do a wood frame rather than a metal framing.
Yes, in that area, yes.
Do you want, Commissioner Burton, do you want to hear the pros and cons of that? No, I mean, if she has some concerns, do you have the pros and cons? What are the cons of going in a wood direction based on what Commissioner Burton has said? Oh, I know the cost, but.
Well, the major con is that the construction type would change. Basically, we're designed now as a type 2B construction. 2B is non-combustible, but it's not protected, but it is frameable. Type 5B is anything according to the code. Basically, wood frame or structures like that are permitted. B means that it's not protected, but it would be fully sprinkled. I did an analysis for the benefit of the fire marshal, and we can still build. I got that. That's your data. Oh, it must be in my pack here. It's a significant number. Oh, here it is. Somewhere between, I'm going to say 28,000 and 54,000 square feet as a type 5B. Typically, the code limits how much you can build based on the construction type. So I don't really see that as a negative. Some of the other issues relative to that is how you protect the structure. In a type 5B and a type 2B, the exterior walls are still zero requirement as far as protection of the structure. So the major benefit, I think, is a cost reduction. I think Patrick and I are thinking about 10% or so on the cost of that part of the building. So that would be the major benefit.
I don't think you need to draw this out. Can you explain what that means?
I'm sorry?
Can you explain what you're saying, the protecting the structure?
Yes.
I don't understand that term.
Here it is. I'm sorry, this is a little complicated. But this is what I did with the fire marshal. Under type 5B, this is what the code allows for area. Okay, and they vary a little bit depending on the classification.
Right.
So, and the other thing that the code typically is interested is how many people you'll have in the building.
Right.
The base bid says 46, and additional square footage based on the alternate would be 52. So well under the requirements for the code compliance. Fire stations typically have a lot more volume than they have people, primarily because they're ships and they're equipped. Okay, so those were elements that were a concern to us. And again, remember I said fire rigs? The exterior, the code says primary frame, zero protection, very long zero protection. So same thing for type 2, type 5. There's not a whole lot of difference there. You have to recognize one of them is non-combustible.
Right.
By definition, and the other one is combustible. I might remind you, on our ambulance station, we use type 5B, because we tried to save money.
So I think what Commissioner Lori was looking at is when you stated about protecting the structure, what are you talking about? Is that the exterior?
Yeah.
Well, the construction elements have to be protected against burning.
Okay.
A common thing to do that is interior structures would be protected with drywall or fire protective materials. Exterior materials would be coated with cement or plaster or some type of fire protection materials or both. That way, if fire attacks the building, there are minimum ratings. You saw these were required by code is 0, but the rating may be up to several hours for multi-story buildings. One of our benefits is this is a single-story building.
Okay.
And that's what we ran into over at our current fire station for the second floor.
Right.
Because we didn't have, I think we didn't have
You're type 5B on
type
that.
5B over there.
And you went to the second floor and other protections kick in when you go to the second floor.
And we didn't have that.
Because you've got.
And then it-
And it's how fast, isn't it how fast the building will burn, combust, yeah.
We've got a portion of those elements, and there's a variety of these elements as you go through the structure.
Well, I'm hoping that because it's a fire station, they'll put the fire out pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm always reminded of that, since, Roxanne, remember the fire department? And Steve Martin had left the fire department, and when he came back, there was a great big 55-gallon drum that was on fire. And Steve Martin says, I would hope that our population would think when you call the fire department to put out a fire, it would be a good thing. Anyway, sorry for that.
Anyway, you know what you do in your spare time, Mr. Taylor?
Again, just going down the list, we're on 7C, eliminate the faux wall finishes at the exterior. That's about $20,000. We could save a little money by going to the cement with fiber material. Eliminate the metal framing and sheeting and replace with full architectural metal panels. We had a system that Steve looked at and he felt like that we might be able to save some money. I haven't actually talked to Patrick about doing that, but that's a consideration. We'll look at that. Use pre-engineered metal panels as a substrate for the business and dormitory facade and plywood. Oh, I already talked about that. A turnkey building envelope. This is where we would award the whole contract for the building to the manufacturer, a pre-engineered metal building manufacturer, and he would have discretion over exterior doors and windows and things like that. I haven't done that very often. Sometimes I will allow the pre-engineered metal building manufacturer to purchase doors and windows, but these are specialty doors and windows, so I don't know. Steve, do you want to speak on that? You talked about the turnkey option for the pre-engineered metal buildings.
Yes, sorry. Yes, sir. Some manufacturers like Nucor, which is a big probably the best out there, they will turnkey the entire building perimeter, overhead doors, windows, man doors. And there can be potential cost savings with that only because you're buying the entire envelope by one person versus sourcing it all out individually. And that's one I thought was to maybe research that a little bit further. I reached out to one building guy down in South Florida. They don't do that. But he helped me get some good pricing on the building itself. So that number,
While you're
You
still,
did reduce it,
while you're still here, it says roofing and siding, OC siding, and then we don't have a price. Is that,
What
on
line
line
item is that
11,
there?
on line
Talking
11,
about on the, just looking at
on the estimation, cost
yeah,
estimation?
the table up here on the projector.
Yeah.
The 11.
Go to 11, roofing and siding.
You know, we had no number for that. I would have to assume that was part of the metal building.
yeah, it was part of the building.
Okay.
In
So it's
some
part of the
cases-
kit, basically?
Yeah, I mean, the building is the envelope.
Yeah.
Minus the openings.
Okay,
In the estimate I have right now. All the openings are priced separately as part of the door and window package, Division 8. That's fine.
okay.
But that'll change if we go to wood framing. Then we will have to have a roof.
So, okay, so knowing that, does that still present a cost savings?
I believe so.
Okay.
And it really is an independent type of roof you want, and that's gonna be more aesthetic and performance. Metal roof is a lot more expensive than like a good architectural shingle roof. The pre-engineered metal building will be a metal roof. But if you, on the living quarters area, if you decide to do wood frame and you put an asphalt shingle roof on, which is fine, you can combine the two, it's an architectural look, it's up to y'all, but that'll be far less expensive than putting a 50-year metal roof on. So,
Except for that's gonna last.
well, that's longer,
Yeah.
true. But right now, if you're looking at primarily budget and initial first costs,
Uh-huh.
that's definitely an approach you want to look at.
Did Hawthorne, did they mix the metal with the?
It's all metal.
It's all
Their building is metal, except for the business and the dormitory area that has, I think they put plywood and they put cement wood siding in the upper portion, and they use concrete blocks for the lower portion.
Okay,
So,
okay.
by the way, Patrick and I have talked about putting the same roof on the wood portion of the building that's on the metal portion of the building. I would be concerned about color and attachment, and he and I think we can work that out. So we will have the same roof on it. Okay. Plumbing, we talked about the trench drains, and we decided to include that as an alternate. If the authority having jurisdiction would allow an open cut across Old Highway 17, that's possible that now I can look at that, you don't have to worry about it, but I think that's an option that perhaps Alex, I can't remember if Alex or Steve that offered that, an open cut rather than directional bore. Typically, open cuts would be cheaper.
Yeah. Professional parts.
Except for where to keep that, we have to work that out.
Yeah,
County, that's county road.
Correct.
Mr. Harris didn't want to do that, I remember
He didn't wanna do,
Did not.
he wanted to do a
Didn't want to
directional.
do an open cut.
Yeah, he wanted to do a directional.
Yeah, it does. Okay. And item A on page 5, we've already talked about. And then there's some control issues relative to the overhead doors. Lucas, you and I can look at relative to how we address the evacuation or exhausting the air in the apparatus phase, so we need to work on that. We already talked about the fire slash ducts, we're going to use conventional ductwork. There is no Buy American Act. We talked about the generator, it has to be large enough to accommodate the entire station. Aluminum feeders, I think Lucas talked about that. And we're gonna optimize the amount of receptacles and TV outlets and computer outlets. The lighting will be, quote, don't care to use this phrase, but we frequently do, or equal. And it has to meet certain criteria, it's not just wide open.
Is there computer networking,
I'm sorry,
is there computer networking wiring going in here?
networking, yes, there will be a local area network included, I think it was Cat6 is what we were using.
Correct.
Yeah.
To every dormitory? Does it go to every dormitory or just to the offices?
That's something to be determined, we need to know where it will be.
Walls.
Works through my walls.
And typically it will be included, and it will come in, we have a little closet we've separated for the IT modem and racks, and then the outlets will go to individual rooms as discussed with the fire personnel.
I didn't see any security on here for them, cameras or anything like that.
If there is security, I guess we'll have to identify where they are. I know we talked about key cards for entrance.
Yeah, front door entrance camera.
So that would be part of our
elevator,
discussion.
different
If
elevators.
there's security or cameras that you want to locate, typically this contract would include a junction box and a conduit.
That's typically what we do.
Okay,
We put conduit and junction boxes where the city would want us to install them.
Okay,
And then afterwards, there's pull strings in each conduit. Whoever you guys would go through your provider for the city would be able to run that very simple.
Perfect.
Each camera.
perfect, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So that's another one of those line items in your budget that you have to, so your security consultant or your security vendor will be the one doing all the install. The general contractor will have the boxes and conduit, and like you said, the pull string. But in your budget list of items that that would be your responsibility for dollars and cents, security would be one of those. Most likely to be buying on devices. And then in any system for monitoring, as well as the installation of the items themselves.
And again, commissioners and mayor, we'll have more meetings as we go. I know some of this is foreign to you, but we're versed in this. This is what we do. But we'll make it.
Said you're the experts. I want to just make sure that anything that we try to outsource on our own, that it doesn't in any way hold up the project. Because sometimes you have different availability you would have, the contractor would have, that we wouldn't have. And so while we think we're saving money in the long run, we possibly are. You hear that, Mr. Martin?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
We
We definitely don't want to hold anything up.
Mr. Martin had suggested we put power to the front of the site to accommodate an electronic sign, and we just need to locate where that is.
Yep.
And the MC cable, which is an armored cable, will be used for certain single circuit and low voltage lines where possible and where allowed by code. To reiterate, if the Crescent City Natural Gas could do the gas lines and so on, and it would be reimbursed by the grant, but it would be outside of the general contract, and they already have their insurance and workers' comp. Public Works, again, Mr. Harris said that they could do this demolition and removal. I think that's a good idea. Exterior lighting to be LED direct burial, pole mounted fixtures and or wall mounted fixtures. Because I would consider wall mounted fixtures, particularly for the apparatus bays, and pole mounted for remote parking. So
Yep.
You and I might confer on that, get Mr. Martin to agree or tweak it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I mentioned already that we've decided that it's not a good idea to try to separate the site work contract from the general contract. And then the last item I have on my calendar here, or on the agenda here, is next steps. And schedule another meeting with some key partners in here, the fire department, perhaps a commissioner or two, and certainly Mr. Martin and the assistant city manager, to verify whether computers, TVs, location, ice maker, location, other equipment, finalize the site plan. And it's important that we do the site plan finalizing as quickly as possible, because Alex has to do his job to give it to the other consultants, so they can do their job. So, you know.
Can we route that digitally with a share file instead of meeting?
Sure, I think so. You
Okay.
like Dropbox kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah, we can do that.
okay,
And then that way everybody can input and then we can tweak it and finish it.
okay.
So at the end of the presentation, I respectfully request approval from the city commission for the documents for the design and development phase and ask that you approve us to go into the CD phase. Please.
Okay, please. I have a question, commissioners, before we go forward with this. Do you have any questions of our fire department or of anybody for clarity before we actually give this approval? Any questions?
Well, I've got a question for Mr. Taylor.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So, thank you, Mayor. Just, Mr. Taylor, at the regular commission meeting, you gave us a timeline as to where we were. I think you said we were in the, I'm looking at this colored chart.
Yes.
Okay, we are in the green design development phase.
Correct.
Okay, so my first question is, I think in prior workshops, you may remember this, I was concerned that this project had an overall timeline with dates on it that particularly incorporate the due dates for anything that we have to submit to the state. And I don't see anything like that in this timeline or any other documents. So to me, I don't know about the rest of the commission, but I think that would be very helpful. And as well, when you say next steps, when would be, like, particularly on this colored
The yellow would be the next
timeline,
steps.
right? Which step are we going to be in next? When do you anticipate meeting with the commission? And can you put any rough dates on these steps? So that we can address, I know Commissioner Burton said,
Hey, we can talk about it, too.
right, when would we expect to be in construction, just to give us some idea of how we are doing on the schedule.
We're trying to get through the completion of the construction document phase. We're in July, so August, September, October, at the end of October is what we would like to do.
Okay, can you put that kind of information on a schedule for us so that could be shared with the city manager and the commission, so we will just know, we can have a reference document, and as well, with Mr. Martin's help, incorporate any state deadlines there, particularly the end of project deadline.
Well, we can work on that and have that in the next city manager report for
And
August meeting.
I think the biggest concern is just making sure that we have the timeline, and I know we've seen that, we
Yes.
have that already for the appropriations and what their requirement is. I think by December of this year, we have to, if we were going to purchase something, did we have to have title? There were some certain things that we had to have met.
Yes,
So let's just make sure that we have a timeline and that he can match his timeline up to that timeline. Would that work, Commissioner DeVito?
Yes, very much so.
Because he's not gonna have solid, he's not gonna
I
have
understand that.
solid timeline.
But a general and expected timeline, where do we think we are? And if what you've just described could be shared with the whole commission, I think that would orient us. And then, for example, if Commissioner Burton looks at it and she hasn't confirmed, she'll have something in front of her with, a date she can look at.
Yeah,
And
because
then-
this is really broad, I mean.
Yeah,
We can go on next year.
we'll have a,
Next year, and then into next year.
we'll have a
This is-
legend. I'll put what the state's requirements are, what our project timeline is, and we'll give you all specific
I mean,
dates.
and I know it can't, I know it's gotta flow a little bit, but this could flow forever, okay?
That fits little tiny towns agreement.
And they are affected.
Yes.
It's in the looks of it.
So of course, we know the one backstop is everyone wants to get paid, and if we don't do it on schedule, we won't get paid. And I don't know if this would add to the cost or what, but these drawings that we got last week at the commission meeting, these are based on, the original concept. They don't include, maybe this includes the maximum number of parking spaces. Would it clarify things if the drawings were done to incorporate some of the options that we showed today? I don't know how the rest of the commission feels about that. Seeing what was discussed today, maybe incorporated into drawings.
This is this is my understanding, because you've got your 3 bays.
Right.
So you have 3 bays here, so this is the full thing.
Monty.
I mean, this is the full Monty, this is everything that we could want, everything that we could want on this. So what you're asking for is for him to, and keep in mind, every time we ask for these,
That's why I said,
it's additional monies.
yes,
Okay, because it's work.
yes.
And I want everybody to understand that, as we all know, as you go through government, and especially as you go through construction like this, there's a lot of engineering, there's different things that play into it. And so it's a little different from, it's not as quick it's not as quick. And we like instant gratification. We say, let's get it done. And sometimes, it does take some time. But with this, you're asking for an additional drawing that would show just 2 bays and taking it down to 8 parking spots.
Just some of the highlights.
Just take your black out and just black out that one section that they've already kind of, said, hey, we don't need that. Because it's gonna cost us too much money, basically.
I'm just thinking of anything that's really significant that would, a more realistic idea of what this is going to look like. Because for one thing, I don't want people to, I guess it's gonna be available somewhere, I don't know if it's worth the cost. I don't know how much it costs, but I certainly would like to see more of a depiction of the significant changes we make, if that's possible without an arm and a leg, but that really would be something for the whole commission to
I
ask.
think ultimately, we're hoping that we get this,
Yes,
correct?
We'll update the drawing as approved by the commission at no additional fee. And they're subject to revision. So if we show you something and you go, oh, I don't like that. The chief asked me about the colors. He said, are they fixed? And I said, these are colors that we chose. You can choose different colors.
We still have time for all of that, because that's something,
That process takes about 3 weeks. I have a delineator that I work with. And so, you give him the information and we go back and forth a little bit. And it may be faster now that he's got the template done. Took about 3 weeks to get this.
I have one more question. I just want to make sure that, I know with this new schematic and all, and the new drawings, from our fire station, from our employees there, that they've had an opportunity, we've got the right amount of dormitories, correct, that we can, that we need. The living space is large enough that everything meets everything that you, this is gonna be your home. So I just wanna make sure that staff is also comfortable with it. Okay, so I'm getting some head nods. Okay.
Chief Reiser has been very responsive. When I send him documents, he usually emails me directly and gives me copies of Mr. Martin.
And I just wanna make sure that staff is aware of what's going on too, so that they know.
Very good.
Go ahead, Commissioner Moore.
I move that we approve the documents for the design development phase of the architecture, engineering, and surveying services for the fire station, and with the changes that we've discussed.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any public comment? Yes, ma'am, please come forward. And this is gonna be regarding the fire station.
Yes, ma'am.
State your name and your address if you will.
Elizabeth Gomez, 19 Cedar Street. And thank you for your time, gentlemen and Commissioner. I know you have a big task on your hands, but this was like purchasing a brand new car. You start with a budget and then you start cutting and cutting and cutting until you end up without air or radio. So I just want to make sure that the firemen are conscious of what they want and you bring in the right point, make sure that everything that you want is here, even if it's bare minimums, because I was under the construction of 2 Walmarts. And I wish that they have asked us, the first Walmart that I went to work making $130 million a year in Sanford, we end up with leaks everywhere. I don't know what kind of construction material they use for the roof, but that was on us associates to go clean spills or go clean leaks on aisle 5, aisle 10. Sometimes you have 4 or 5. Then I went to Reinhardt in Sanford, brand new Walmart that costs between 100 and 150 million to build, but makes 150 months. Millions. And Lord and behold, the first monsoon, there were leaks everywhere in the store. Why? Because they rushed to construction. But I wish that they had asked us, the associates, what would you prefer? And we would have preferred not to have to get mops and buckets every time that it rained, in spills and liability. Also, I watch a lot of little tiny house builds, and I wonder if, you would consider like little water tanks for the water and the irrigation, or micro solar panels for electricity, just to be a backup. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comments? Okay, seeing none, I'm gonna close public comment section. We currently have, if there's no further discussion from the commission, we currently have a motion to approve what's been presented to us with the recommended changes. And we have a proper second. Okay. And Madam Clerk, you'll do a roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. So approved. Thank you all very much for your time,
Thank you.
for everything that you're putting into this. This is quite an accomplishment for here in Crescent City, and we're very proud of the direction we're going. So thank you all.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, guys. And then I'm gonna do about a 15-minute recess. if I have to step out, if I'm checking it, that's what I'm checking, just to make sure.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay. This meeting is back in session. The time is approximately 1:48. And we're gonna go into our CRA portion. Martin?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to defer to Ms. Bonnie Loveday, CRA Manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Today, we are presenting the final CRA funding allocations for your review and approval. These recommendations reflect our priority projects, community needs, and strategic goals for continued redevelopment progress within our districts. We look forward to your guidance as we move toward final adoption.
This is on the central.
Central CRA commercial. Okay. So the first one that I would like to recommend is 338 Central Avenue, window replacement, contributing historic building. The bottom windows are not the original windows on this. I would like to request $13,466.66 through ARPA funding.
So are you looking just to do the bottom windows?
No, all the windows.
No. You come on up, I saw you out there.
So those picture windows, you see one picture window that's on the south end, and there's, I think, 2 or 3 on the west end. Those are not original, they're just like storefront metal tubing, framed around the existing single pane of glass. So those are existing to remain. The ones that I'm proposing are those double hung windows that are on the second floor. I think there's 10 on the second floor, and then there's 2 on the first floor, but they're double hung.
Easier.
And so the drawing that you have there, I mean, one of the issues that was brought up last meeting was that the CRA might not could allow funds toward a contributing building in the historical district. So I looked through the guides of the CRA, and it has a statement on there that says, the improvement cannot remove or alter historical character or alter the historical character of the elements of the architecture. I wrote that down. I think I wrote it down. Work on the historical building cannot result in the removal from eligibility from the historical designation. And then the improvement cannot remove or alter the historical character or elements of the architecture. So the drawing that I gave you is on the left side, it shows the existing double hung window in elevation. The drawing on the right of that is the proposed window using the vinyl window that the bidder has based his bid on. And he is an installer from St. Augustine. He's worked with historical windows, and this is the one that he's recommended has kind of a low profile. So what I did is I took the CAD drawing that is provided by the window supplier, and they also had an elevation. So I just kind of sized it based on the opening of the building of a typical, like those 3 windows there are all the same size. So you get an idea that it's really pretty close. And I think it's in character with what the statement is, that it says do not alter the historical character or elements of the architecture.
Okay, Mayor, could I just share my thoughts with you, and I've talked to Rick before. Actually, the reason the targeted buildings are targeted buildings is because most of them, with the exception of 2 South Summit, because they are part of the historic district. And the object is to retain our historic district, and conventional wisdom is that buildings that retain their historic character actually have more value in the long run. And we just received a state grant to do an analysis of our historic district. We don't know, we just got another grant to update that historic district. But anyway, so the call for whether it's close enough, and I know, Mr. Bowles is an architect, he's done research. The call for whether something significantly or too much alters that historic character is really with the State Historic Preservation Office. And it would seem to me, particularly, Mr. Bowles' building was identified as one of a few on Central Avenue that would be individually eligible to be on the National Register of Historic Places, like Molly Morris's Hubbard House. That designation has significant criteria. It's significant appeal. People come to see the Hubbard House because it's on the National Register. So to me, the most long-term, big picture thing would be for us to pend approval until the plan that we see here is submitted to the State Historic Preservation Office. I really am surprised that the information about the federal income tax credit for historic renovations hasn't been shared with all of the historic district building owners, because it's for commercial buildings. Commissioner Lori and I brought this information back from the Preservation on Main Street conference last year. I think you and Commissioner Burton were at the wrap-up meeting that we did. I think the only person who doesn't have that information is Commissioner Moore. So to be sure, and I don't really know what the problem would be with the delay. I think the best course of action would be to make sure that any plans, like the changing of the windows, are sent to the Historic Preservation Office, because we can say, well, we don't think it alters it that much, but it could, because we don't know.
I do want to, maybe I misheard you, but you've said that it's already, that some of those have already been replaced.
Yeah,
So it's already
the
been.
bottom windows,
Okay,
that awning is not
so that
original.
building has,
But we
We don't want to
say,
alter it further.
you said what you have. We're here making extremely uninformed decisions. And, one thing that concerns me is there's several buildings on Central Avenue that could be individually listed on the National Register of Historic Places. This causes people to have more interest in these buildings, to come see them, to want to be tenants of these buildings. There's quite a bit of cachet to it. In the event we ever lose the designation as a historic district for that area, if those buildings apply to be on the National Register and receive that designation, then they would carry that designation in their own right, no matter what happened to the district. I'm saying the long game, and I don't think it's that much extra effort, and I don't understand why the CRA hasn't done this before, Main Street, is to just make that submittal to the State Historic Preservation Office, and we have the contact information right here, we can.
Okay, I asked for that to be done before we got to this meeting. What happened with that? I asked for it in writing.
From the state?
Yeah.
We contacted the state
They
and
haven't responded.
they haven't responded back.
Did we call them?
I tried to call them, but I haven't been able to get in touch with anybody.
Yeah.
We sent them an email, I copied them.
Right, we have sent an email, we have tried to call. And also, we've also gone a step further, we've contacted 4 historic window buildings to get quotes on what it would be to have these replaced in historical fashion, yes.
I can give you some insight on that. There's the outfit out of Orlando called Austin Historical. I spoke to them, and, you know, I sent him some floor plans of the windows that I wanted to replace and along with some photos. And I said, hey, you know, we got a meeting at 11 o'clock on Monday. It was Friday when I talked to him. I said, is there any chance you could do, you know, a quick estimate? He goes, and so I said, look, I'm not going to hold you to this, but these windows are like 3 foot by 6 foot. Well, give me an idea what you charge to restore a window. And he said, probably $3,500 to $4,000. So
Each.
Yeah. There's 13, or I think it's 12.
Yeah, and that's one of the companies we spoke to as well.
So, I mean, you did give a price. You know, I'm on the same team as you as far as wanting to keep this building original looking. To me, these vinyl windows, you know, most of them are like 15 feet above the sidewalk. I think they look very similar. I think it's gonna age better. You know, it's gonna have the, it's gonna have the insulation, you know, factor.
Commissioner Lori, I'm sorry, Commissioner Burke, Commissioner Lori is asked, and then I'll.
Okay, yeah, I didn't hear.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Lori.
And the thing is that this is not up to us. You know, there's the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation of historic buildings. That's the Bible as far as historic buildings and how to deal with them. And right here, I just pulled it up for windows. It says what is recommended is retaining and repairing historic windows when deteriorated. Not recommended, removing repairable historic windows and replacing them with new windows for perceived improvement in energy performance. Okay, but then also on the next page, which kind of contradicts, recommended installing compatible and energy efficient replacement windows that match the appearance, size, design, proportion, and profile of the existing historic windows that are also durable, repairable, and recyclable when existing windows are too deteriorated to repair. And it says not recommended installing incompatible or inefficient replacement windows that are not durable or recyclable. So like, the problem is that if you just go ahead and replace them and the state of Florida, the Department of Historical Resources says that's not according to the Secretary of Interior's rules, that could get your building delisted.
If this is a contributing building.
It is a contributing structure.
Right.
So it is on the National Register of
Right,
Historic
so,
Places.
you know, when I Google contributing structures in Crescent City, it says there's like 212.
There are.
Well, there
So
were.
you're gonna create that standard for all of those homes.
But the thing is that the rules that we established in the CRA grant is
No,
not
I
to.
understand. I mean,
And that's why if you talk to the Tallahassee and they say, no, that's fine, because I can't determine, and I can't tell you if your windows are deteriorated too far behind repair or if changing them.
no, I understand.
And the thing is that really, there's a lot of money in that federal income tax, that federal tax credit. And especially since you're gonna have a commercial building and you're going to have it open to the public, you can get lots of money through that. It's really incredible. And I really think that you want to not throw that opportunity out of the way and make sure that we cross our T's and dot our I's.
I mean, it's a difference of, I mean, whether you approve it or not, I mean, I don't know if I would go that route. It's a difference of $12,000 versus $40,000 plus, you know, for windows. And that's money that I could spend on doing something else.
But if it means that you lose out on $250,000 of tax credit.
I understand. I need to, you know,
I just
There's a
don't.
trade-off on all this stuff
Yeah.
as far as jumping through all the hoops and stuff.
And we're not experts, and I will be the first one to tell you that.
Right.
I've learned a lot about this, but I've also learned that those tax credits and those historic easements and that kind of stuff are big business. And they are things that you won't think that they make a big difference, but they can. And there's a lot of people that do a lot of that with developers and stuff, and it's incredible what they can do. So I would, you know, if it was me, if I was in your shoes right now, I would not want to just tear those windows out yet. But that's just me.
No, I mean, it wouldn't,
I mean, waiting a little while and getting some approval. I mean, I understand, they look exactly the same to me, and they're on the second floor. I understand all of that. That all makes complete reason and sense to me. The fact is, though, that that's not what the Secretary of Interior's standards say. It doesn't say, well, if it looks okay and you can't see it.
well,
It says, you know.
That's kind of contradicted, but
Right.
Commissioner Burton is asked to speak. Nope, Commissioner DeVito, let Commissioner Burton go first.
So who has determined Crescent City is a historical town that has to remain historical? Everything in Crescent City, if you change it, has to be that way. Just the way you take that window out has to be that same window with wood and everything else for $3,500 to $4,000, 12 of them replaced. Who says that that's the way it's gotta be? Is that us?
I can respond to this. First of all, it is well established that historic preservation is a good thing. The city of Crescent City applied to the U.S. Department of the Interior in the late 1990s to be a historic district. What Commissioner Lori just said is now, how do you retain the historic character of your buildings and your district? Which, by the way, is a great financial benefit.
Okay, so can I say something?
Let her finish, and then I'll come
So
back to you.
the U.S. Department of Interior has standards for renovation for historic buildings. Local, and you go through the State Historic Preservation Office in Tallahassee to get an assessment of, they have staff there who passes on your particular renovation plan, okay? So if we would adopt our own historic preservation ordinance, we could look at what we wanted the standards in Crescent City to be. But yes, it costs more, but keep in mind, one of the whole reasons for Main Street and getting designated as Main Street is we are about to go to a joint Preservation Main Street conference called Preservation on Main Street. Main Street is supposed to help.
Supposed to bring economic
preservation.
vitality and do
Yes.
away with blight, help do away with blight.
Right, but it includes the preservation element, which is supposed to add to your economic value. And if you will look around the state and you look at the places who have taken the care to preserve the historic character, and they do that in different ways. And there are ways in my little summary that additional things we could do, but the places who have retained their historic character have also increased their economic value and their commercial value and their commercial vitality. So it's a plus overall. But right now, for our historic district and some of those, Rick, there are no longer 212 buildings in the historic district. And our historic district is going to be reassessed when we have Mr. Weaver's firm use the state grant that we applied for to do that. There are no longer 212 buildings. Some of them have fallen to bits through neglect, and some buildings in town never made it into the historic district because they had been altered too much. So, you know, you can call yourself Historic Crescent City. The question is, are you going to do anything to retain it? And again, I will emphasize to you, if there was no historic district whatsoever, your building was identified as being one that potentially could make its own application to the Department of Interior and be listed individually as a historic site as well. The Sprague House and the.
And we've explained that to him.
Can I-
I mean,
Right,
multiple
okay.
times.
Can I ask a
It's up to
question?
him. So Commissioner Burton, go ahead,
Go
Commissioner
ahead,
Burton.
ask yours first.
So, and I'm sorry if it's stupid, I'm not a history guy. I had two parts on this, but if the windows on the bottom were already changed out years ago and they're no longer historic, does that take them out of the running for being a historic building? And if it does, then why are we having the argument and taking the time on this? Because we have several other to go through. Then the other question I have is, if we do historic look, characteristic, because I heard that word characteristic, when they do the inspection, are they actually looking to see if it's dated wood, if it's a vinyl? I don't know how that goes. That's, I just want to know.
And I think that's a real good question, and I think had he known that this was gonna happen and he was gonna have to be forced, okay, to buy these historic windows, he probably wouldn't have bought the building. And so I think that, you know, him coming in and saying, look, I'm gonna spend the extra money to make it look authentic.
Right.
I don't think that's such a bad idea, but I'm a historical person, but some of these buildings, when you go into them, they're in rough shape, and people are not gonna buy them because they are in rough shape. And if you put that demand on everybody that buys a historic or quote, historic building, that they have to now put them back together the way they were in 1752 or whatever, 1859, they're not gonna buy them. It's too expensive to do.
So, Commissioner, Mayor, if I could, Commissioner Lori previously answered Mr. Martin's question, and the answer is, we don't have the answer. You can make a little application to Dr. Kira Lucas, or if she's no longer in that position, to whoever took her position in the Bureau of Historic Preservation, and Bonnie and Commissioner Lori and I will be there tomorrow. But I have another question. Mayor, I have another question for Rick that has nothing to do with the historic part of the building. Absolutely nothing. Go ahead, Mayor. So, Rick, this is my question, and I made notes on all the projects with applications, and thank you for your patience. One question I have about some of these applications is, how soon do you foresee putting your building into actual commercial service, having the project done and, being open to a tenant?
That's a good question. I have a property in Orlando that I am renovating, that I want to sell. I think it'll sell pretty quick. But that is kind of a priority right now, to get that, to have funds to really go at this. So I would say the sale of that, let's just say, takes 2 months, 3 months. And then working on this would probably take 6 months or something like that. I'd say 9 months maybe.
Okay, because and this is for the commission, I looked at some of the criteria that had been used by the city staff to rank these projects. And one thing, there's a couple things that I didn't see in there. One thing was, what would be the timeline for putting whatever building it is we're talking about, not just Mr. Fall's building, but any project into service? Because some of these are long-range projects and some are shorter range projects. So I have that question either for the staff or for the applicant if they're here. And I would like to see us give some consideration to projects that are going to be online sooner, particularly when we're using the ARPA money for them. So I don't know where we stand with the other projects, but that was one thing I did want to ask you. So, and then I don't know how we're going to do this. Are we going to vote on each project individually?
No, we cannot. We've got to go through, I think we've got to go through each one of these because we need an exact dollar amount. So that we need to go through each one of these, and then I think at the end, figure out where we need to allocate. That's my recommendation, allocate these funds. I don't know, y'all are staff, what's your recommendation?
We have 12 buildings to go through with you all. We ended up on these sheets putting in, you all have seen this before. Our intent for this was just to give you all a reminder of what the buildings are when Bonnie's going through her notes on recommendations. And then on the bottom here in green, we have a recommendation for the funds. Bonnie has a total of those and summary at the end of her report.
Yeah, I recommended five projects.
Out of the 13.
Out of the 13. And then the other ones, recommending for next year's grant cycle.
But we can definitely go through, the recommendations are in there. We're utilizing $70,000 worth of ARPA funds, correct, Bonnie?
We haven't agreed to that.
No,
That's your
in our recommendation,
Okay,
yes, ma'am.
clear, we haven't agreed to that.
Correct,
That's your
correct.
recommendation.
In our recommendation, we've recommended to use those ARPA funds, and then there's a remaining balance in the CRA Central after those funds are done, because we are using some of those
And
monies.
what's our actual total? What's our total right now for this year? For some reason, I don't have that in front of me.
The CRA total is
Available?
Available. You said
22,693. Yes.
And it still stands at that, correct?
Yes, it does.
And if I could, the other one that, they're here today, they've been waiting patiently, is, 101 Cedar Street. It's Jethro Baptist Church. I know this was a lower, is it okay if I go?
Yes.
Oh,
No.
so they
we're
scored
done.
a 43, but, it is historically significant.
Yeah.
The roof and electrical repairs improve safety, stabilize the structure, and preserve the neighborhood heritage.
Okay.
And it makes sense to me. Both Jethro Baptist and Bethel AME were listed in the CRA plan as priorities.
Mhm.
And I think that this just makes sense to me to be funding this.
So I'm asking for the CRA funds of $9,500 for that.
And was that in the staff recommendation?
That's one of the ones that we recommended.
Okay,
I gave you today.
Number
I gave you
5.
today?
That's it there at the top, it says recommendation.
Okay, because I just got one.
The final one.
You gave that to me.
Right?
Yeah, number 5.
Isn't that it?
Okay.
Where's that? Is that in this? It's in here?
Yeah, it's stuff in this line, yeah.
Okay, because it wasn't, I mean, that's great, but I was working this weekend very diligently off the last recommendation that we had from the last meeting, and I think this was different.
It is.
Okay, well,
Isn't it different from what was
Yeah, it is.
recommended?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes.
I think it's
Okay.
better recommended.
so what page is,
It's on page 3.
okay, 101 Cedar Street, right, but, yes, and that would have to be CRA because it's not eligible for ARPA being non-commercial.
Correct.
Right, and I share Commissioner Boyd's view, and I think I have shared both on tours and maybe in the commission meeting, that whole neighborhood is a former African-American neighborhood, and the 3 main significant remaining buildings are the 2 churches, Jethro Baptist, the AME Church, and the Union Lodge. They form kind of the triangle. And there's a few other buildings left, but not too many.
And we did speak about it in that building that's next door to it. They're planning on tearing that down and turning it into a parking lot.
Can we move on with what you got here on the agenda?
Would you like to speak, with, y'all have sat here all day, would you like to speak? Thank you first off for going through this process with us, and then we welcome you to come up and speak if you would like to. Just take credit for the fact we were just ruling in here with you. You had to fight hard for this.
Well, we were discussing what we were gonna say, but, you know, our building is part of the historical community. And we're just trying to get some electrical work done, and, because we wanna put some air conditioning in that building right there, and, the roof needs to be repaired, and,
Just trying to keep it up.
trying to keep it up, and we gotta get some insurance on it. We can't get insurance until we get some work done. So,
Has the insurance company assured you that if we get the roof replaced, that they would insure it? Have you gotten that assurance?
Yes, I
That they're
have some
waiting on?
estimates and everything.
Okay. What about the electrical? Is that part of their requirement or is it just?
No, they did not mention that.
Okay. Okay. And it's this building, it's the side building that we're looking at re-roofing, correct?
yes, the fellowship.
The fellowship hall.
Yes.
What building are you looking to tear down? Is that the vacant building that had burnt in the middle?
Yeah, the old little
Yeah,
store.
the old metal store?
Yes.
Okay. So you're gonna tear that down?
Yes,
That's the plan.
that's the plan.
Okay.
So, you know, we did wrong by him.
I know, please go, Monica, get
I
him,
mean,
please.
seriously, we did wrong by him. We interrupted what we were doing with him, and we're way off.
Well, we're going through we're continuing to go through each and every one of these, and we're not making a decision. We can't really finish them until we get through all of them.
So my understanding is we're not gonna make a decision
If
about.
we're not making a decision,
No,
why are we
you
going?
go, Mayor, could I clarify?
Yes.
They've been here, you invited them to speak, correct?
I did.
That's what I'm saying, so we're not doing anything unusual. They're here.
They're here.
You invited-
I asked them if they would like to speak on behalf of their project. Rick has spoken. Rick, please, we apologize. Please don't leave. We are not
Oh,
done.
okay, I didn't know.
No, I apologize, that's on me. I thought you knew that we need to go through
All right,
the projects. So I do apologize, please don't leave.
all right.
And
Thank you.
I wasn't criticizing you, I was trying to say what you've done is normal with our procedure.
Well, so I know that I didn't communicate that, and that is on me, so I do apologize. And I apologize to you that we interrupted you in the middle of this. So you are tearing down the other building, the vacant building.
Yes.
Okay, and that'll become a parking lot. Okay, okay. Do we have, before we go forward, do we have any other questions on this one? Okay, and you are making a recommendation, you've moved
I
this
am
up in
making a
your priority.
recommendation, and every time I go down there, they're working on that building.
So you've moved this up into, from up into the high ranking, correct?
Yes.
Well, I have a question.
Yes.
Since it's a historical building, can you put a tin roof on it, or do you have to put a slate roof on it? I have no idea. I'm just trying to get a point. Just trying to get a point. That's a good question.
And that's another word.
Replace it with a metal roof.
Yeah, they'll replace it with another roof, which is what it currently has, correct?
That's what we do.
Okay, thank you both.
You're welcome. Thank you. Give us a minute.
Okay, Bonnie?
Okay, the next one that I would like to recommend is, go back. That one, 2 South Summit Street, exterior painting. I've been speaking with Mary.
Miriam.
Miriam. She's got a couple of people waiting for her to fix it up so that they can lease it. She maybe wants to make it into a coffee shop or bakery, looking for someone to manage with a partnership maybe. She's also, she says her goal is to fully revitalize the property and bring it back into productive use for the community, rather than completing only cosmetic improvements. So, she's anxious, she doesn't want to sell it, she wants to lease it out, and she's anxious to get it fixed up.
What is she doing?
She wants to, make it into a.
I know, but what is she doing to the building to bring it offset? What's
She wants to
doing
do,
to it?
additionally, besides the painting that we're asking for the CRA, roof repairs, repairing damaged areas around the exterior of the building, replacement of doors, plumbing work inside the building, electrical upgrades, drywall repairs and insulation, ceiling repairs.
That's what she's doing?
Yes.
Okay.
Does she give a time frame of when she was gonna complete that work?
She's got a contractor that she has secured, and he is going to give her a deal on the whole thing. So he was just waiting for the CRA.
Does she have a color that she wants to paint that?
She said she wanted to make it bright.
Well, bright, we have to be very careful.
Yeah, she did, I did ask her.
I think we needed a color palette also. So that's something else that I think we would need. We've had that in the past where we've had a color palette.
We can bring that back in the August meeting under CRA.
And this is something that we have to, because we were told in that one thing, like the car wash is an example, now we've all gotten used to it. Of course, I liked it, but I think they still should do the awning an accent color. But we were told white and blue, and all of a sudden the painter,
Our updated contract will keep that from happening now.
it should,
Yeah,
yeah.
it is.
So we need a color palette so that when it comes back.
Okay.
But we also like
be
to
for
know what
August
she's
meeting.
doing to the property, because right now, nothing's being done to the property.
Right.
So Commissioner DeVito.
Thank you, Mayor. Along those lines, so is this current owner the person who's owned it for the last 3, 4, 5 years?
Yes.
Last 3 years, last 2, at least 2, possibly 2.5. Yeah.
2.5 years.
Not Diana from St. Augustine, this is Miriam, they were the pharmacist, her husband's a pharmacist.
Okay, so they were the ones who made the proposal, the last proposal. My concerns about this building, just to share with the commission and the staff, I gave a long look at everything this weekend. And we looked at this in person. This building, when we looked at it in person, was pretty much a shell. And I don't really see that the current owner has put any money into it. I think we would get more bang for our buck if we gave priority to buildings that were going to be, either the owners have already put in money, and they have immediate plans, and the building can be put into use soon. My concern is about paying $12,000 to paint this. There's not much there. And if you're gonna do doors and plumbing and, what is it? Doors and plumbing and what else?
Electrical and
Electrical.
drywall, yeah, she's doing a whole renovation of the building.
Right, so it would seem to me that painting should come last, after those things are done. I would just suggest that we wait on this one until the owner does those other improvements and then consider going back into painting. Because I just don't, anyway.
I believe that the contractor that she has secured is going to do all of that, but the painting part of it was just the part that she wanted to ask for the CRA money
To cover.
to cover.
And I will say this too, to the commission, and you all know, sometimes things need a little push. And this is a building that's right in the middle of our downtown and our central area, right off the Central and Summit. And I think it's very important that we get it looking good as soon as possible so we can get somebody using that building. And
But Mayor, I have another question for this. I would just want to know, what is the contract? How much is she planning to put into this building, and does she actually have the contract?
I do have the quote from the contractor.
No, does she have a contract to do these other things?
Oh, not yet. She was waiting on us. Let's see if I can.
So she's not gonna do anything unless we agree to paint it, is that what you're saying, she's waiting on us?
Well, she was waiting on us to see what we were gonna pay for it first before she was going
See,
to.
that's the wrong attitude. You have to explain that to her. You can't wait on us. She's gotta show some initiative. She really does.
Because we just, it's a concern because they have They have not done anything to date, and, well, that's all I have to say. I just wanna hear.
She's moving forward regardless from the correspondence that I saw. It's more or less that she needs to know if the city's gonna cover any of the costs before she goes into a contractual obligation with the contractor. The work is pretty extensive to include, I believe it was roofing too, correct?
Yes.
And so there's a lot of things she's gonna put in there, a couple different ideas, but she wants to get another vendor to come in with her. The work that she plans on doing is in order to attract a partner / vendor. So again, I believe she's not waiting for us to do the work. She's waiting to see what we're gonna cover, if any, so she can move forward with her contractor.
Okay, Bonnie, when I was looking at these contractor bids, these 3 companies, who got these bids?
Winpro is the one who got them. I called some of them. Nesbitt's and First Class, I called them. They were contractors who another person had used in town. So I called them to get those bids. So I met them over there.
Okay, and Winpro, who is Winpro? That's the
That was her.
construction company that she's looking
That's the
to
one that
work
she was
with?
looking to work with, yes.
And that's the one that you're, okay. The only reason I'm asking is because I've never heard of these, and we had, on the other ones, not that we have to, but we had pretty much a standard group that we, that was giving bids to the city for painting. And I just never heard of these. That's why I wanted to know who got these.
Well, it was the one girl who had the residential, she had gone out and gotten her own bids for that residential house, down the road, so I looked at her because it was painting too, so I just called them. Those contractors who did the proposal.
Because it's commercial, so commercial painting's a little different from residential painting. So that's why a lot of these have been more commercial painters. Okay. Okay, but if the contractor's willing to do that, let's move on to the next one.
Okay, the next one, 512 Central Avenue. There,
Yes, ma'am. Hang on 1 second. Okay. We're passing that one you skipped, okay.
this one, yeah, 512 Central Avenue. It's a 1887 historic building. Roof replacement for $37,500. I'm requesting ARPA funds for that.
And how much are you asking for that one?
$37,500.
K&R Roofing, you did the background on them. Where are they located out of?
I have not done the background on all these companies until they get approved. I'll do the background on them before they get approved.
So you didn't verify that they were, we asked you at the very beginning to verify that they were licensed to the state.
Yeah, I thought we were doing that after that we were.
Why would we do
No, I
that
asked
after
you about that, to verify.
Okay.
So the only reason I'm asking that is because you only have 2. Why did you only get 2 when we have quite a few? I mean, this is a big building, and to make sure that they were competitive, so that we should have possibly gotten at least 3. And there are definitely 3 roofing contractors out there.
Yeah, the third roofing company said that they couldn't do it. They said that it was too expensive, the damage was too expensive.
And what company was that? My concern is that if we were to approve that at the 37,000, and then you come back to us, and they aren't licensed, or there's some issues with them, then we're back to the drawing board on that one. And
they got those quotes themselves, the funds did.
Geo, the owner.
yes, did you have a question, Commissioner DeVito?
Yes, well, I have a comment, and my first question about this is, I know we're using ARPA money, but it was my understanding that we were using our CRA guidelines. So I thought the maximum for this building was $20,000. It should be. So this would be over the $20,000, so.
But we did with the ARPA, when we had the ARPA, we did, like the music store, we did go over and we split that in the middle.
Right,
So we had the ability to do that.
I'm just saying, because the discussion that we've had with the current set of applications was that we were going to use the CRA guidelines. We didn't talk about going over them. And then the other thing is, this is an 1887 historic building, and really this one, the plans for the roof should be sent to the state historic preservation officer. And because of the square footage, I think this is a larger building, isn't it?
It's a huge building.
Right. It seems to me to benefit the owners to take their plans to the state historic preservation officer and see what they need to do to comply with the Secretary of Interior guidelines, because the larger the building, the more significant that federal income tax credit. I mean, they could get a substantial financial benefit from this if it was determined possible by meeting those guidelines. So I think that we should request them to do that.
I got another, we're going this week. I have a lot of questions to ask when it comes to historic preservation, and I'll get them answered. But if we have a building like this that you have an updated code, let's say it's on the interior, this is all for the looks of the building, am I correct?
Yeah.
And so the roof is not something that anybody sees, but my question is,
That's not true.
I understand,
That's not
but
true at all.
hear me out. What I'm saying is, if you have an updated code by state law that has to do with Florida building code, and you have to update it, and you're gonna spend the money on construction for it, and it doesn't necessarily meet that historical standard that you're looking for, what decision do you make there?
Wait a minute. There's the renovation of buildings, the historic buildings, they always meet the code guidelines. So there's no point us speculating here. What people with historic buildings do who want to meet the guidelines, they make an application for determination to the Office of State Historic Preservation. We are not going to solve anything. We cannot rationalize it here. Yes, all these buildings meet code.
What is the
That's what
time?
they
No, they don't necessarily.
Not necessarily.
So not if you're doing you're replacing something. Sometimes you're under, yeah, I know. I just went through that, and there were certain things in my house that had to be brought to code in order for me to go forward with some of the things I wanted to do. But with this property, first off, Bonnie, and Commissioner DeVito is correct, it says on their maximum grant award $20,000. Okay, so you're recommending 37.5, that needs to be changed. Number two, what is the timeline are we talking about that it takes the state to come in and to do what it is you're asking them to do? Has anybody done that? Have y'all done that? Have you done that at all?
No.
Do you know anybody that has? That's gotten their approval? I'm just asking, I'm not being, I
Yes,
want
I
to
do
know,
know
and how long
people-
did it take?
I do know people who have, I don't know how long it takes, but there is a significant financial benefit, and the sooner you start, the sooner you finish.
I have
I don't
another
know, Commissioner Lori,
question.
I have no idea. But as far as I know, I don't know anyone specifically in Crescent City who has made that application.
And I think also we need to remember that, I mean, these are people that are asking us for this, for us to share these funds, or to, in some cases, just take on the entire project. We're putting this on them. If they did this on their own, they don't necessarily have to do this.
Correct.
So it's really, it's up to them, as well.
If I may as well, this is a question for the commission. I guess this probably would have to go in front of the historic preservation at some point, I'm not sure. And I need to look at our LDC as well, but on this particular building, the owner has a schedule of work that needs to be done. I've talked to him about this extensively. They're putting in on the low end, $250,000 on the low end. That just starts. Probably gonna go up towards closer to $500,000. They've even had plans on the lower one-story portion right here, if you look to the very left, of possibly putting an outdoor seating that would be for tapas and wine. how do you do the historic roofing there if you're gonna put seating out there? Is that
Again,
something the city would
again.
allow?
Again, there's no point asking ourselves. If you go all over the state of Florida and St. Augustine and all kinds of towns around here, this is done. It is done well, and they make an application. And if these folks are gonna put $250,000 into this building, they might be interested in a 20% federal income tax credit that comes off of the commercial rentals or income from that renovation.
I
That
understand.
would be a substantial benefit to
So
them.
if y'all will work, if you'll work with them,
I
you'll
will.
also work with the state.
I
And
will,
oftentimes, and I'm gonna tell, and I've said this to you, Bonnie, I'm gonna say this to you. Everybody wants, I emailed somebody and they didn't call me, they didn't get back with me. Write them, call them.
call.
Call
Yeah.
them. It takes just as long to call somebody as it does to email somebody. Sometimes it takes longer to email somebody than it does to call. Pick the phone up, talk to them and ask to speak to somebody because time is of the essence with these.
Time is everything.
Okay, so that's just mine, just want to make sure. Let's move on to the next one.
Which address, Bonnie?
This one, 11 North Red Street, I'm referring this one to the next CRA cycle.
Wait, which one is
This
this?
is the
The
one at
apartments.
11 North
The
Red
apartments.
Street.
Oh, okay, I was going on my sheet here, all right. We're going through the individual projects, not the.
So 338 Central, you're gonna send this on to, you're taking it off of your high
This is
ranking?
11 North, not 11 North.
11 North Lake, okay, so you're taking it off of your high ranking?
Yes. I'd recommend to apply for next cycle because she had previously got funded through the CRA and we're unlimited budget.
Okay.
Apply for next cycle.
Is that the wrong address? Or is that
Well,
correct
I know,
address?
I'm on the sheet here, it says 116 North Summit, parking lot overlay.
Oh, you're following the sheet. The slides are not the same order as the sheet.
But that parking lot is not 116.
Yeah, what is the name of the business? Well, wait, she's not going by the recommended materials that she gave us.
116 is
We're-
Jeff Rose, that's gonna be Jeff Rose down
Okay,
here.
can you slide it to Jeff Rose?
I'm going there right now.
Wait, but I'm saying, we need to be, we're going down the list that was in the packet from the last meeting. That's the
Let's
order
stick
she's
on
going
this
in,
list.
right?
Which list?
This list that from today's meeting for the recommended projects.
That's what I'm looking at.
Okay, so we're at 116 North Summit.
116 North Summit, the parking lot overlay. She had gotten quotes for the new parking lot that are there, but then Faith Construction also gave a parking lot overlay for $16,650. Even though it's a lower score, I think that it would improve the corridor appearance, safety, and access. And then possibly do the garage doors at a different cycle.
I've heard a rumor that, this would have a new tenant in there. Is that true or?
I did not hear that. I didn't hear that.
So Jeff Rose is still there? Deal. I'm just curious.
So this is not listed as a contributing building, is it a but it is a targeted,
It's historical.
But it's
No.
it's not a contributing structure.
is it targeted?
Wait, if I could, wait, Bonnie is saying it's historical?
It was historical, yes.
No,
No.
it's not.
1970.
Okay, we explained this several meetings ago. The most recent survey that was done just identified any building that was 50 years old or older that could potentially be part of a new historic district. No assessment's been made that any of those buildings are historical. The historic buildings that are on the targeted building list, which I don't think this one is, correct, Commissioner Warren?
No.
Okay, those were many years ago to be contributing structures to the historic district. So Mr. Weaver's most recent survey saying that something's 50 years old does not mean that it is historical or targeted.
We have a note here that says it is not listed as a contributing building in the
Right.
Crescent City National Register. It was 2025 updated survey recorded in the master file, but it still was, it's not historical and it's not targeted.
Right.
Okay, so it's not a targeted, so we didn't identify it. We have a targeted list that we, the city, these were ones. Do you have that list? Have you looked at that list, the targeted buildings?
You have that
Not,
list.
not historical,
Yes,
not
Targeted.
just targeted that were targeted. You looked at that. This one's not targeted, correct?
right.
No,
Okay, so everything that we give them has to be matching, and it's only up to, what's their maximum award based on the, application?
I believe because it would be
$10,000.
$10,000,
I
not
think
20.
it's 10,000.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm looking for my original set of lists. It does get a little bit confusing when the lists change and they don't have the same information that they did before. So.
Well, this part is still correct, okay? All the stuff in there is still correct. It's
Right.
just she's reallocating these.
No, I know, but it doesn't say, for example, that the match is required, which is, that was your point that you just made, and I'm trying to find my former notes or former pieces of paper that had the match.
Yeah, I mean, this would require a match.
It would require a match.
So, the most I think they can go is 10. Do you have that application that shows what they can if they're not a targeted building? What-
$10,000.
Is it $10,000?
Should be $10,000.
No, up to 5, we'll fund it completely.
Yeah, $10,000 matching. You have your
Right.
rules.
Right.
So this would be $10,000 with a matching grant of $5,000. That's a max, would be $10,000 that we could give. They would have to pay $5,000.
Verify that, please.
Yeah.
Please look at your application.
10,000, no.
Bonnie, you've gone back and forth from 5,000 to 10,000. If you would please look at the application and verify that for us, or somebody pull up that
I'm doing
application.
it right now.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I'm a little short. This is a lot of money that we're looking at, that the city's looking at, and we have a responsibility here.
Exterior enhancements, landscape exterior enhancement, curb appeal, neighborhood aesthetics. 75 for property, interior 10. It's $10,000 here, grant criteria. Maximum grant awards $10,000 unless the property is contributing structure in the National Register or targeted building, in which the case of maximum would be 20, so it's $10,000.
So 10,000.
Yes.
Mayor, if I could just make a brief comment. The positive that I see about 116 North Summit is, as Bonnie says, it is visible, and as well, they appear to have an active tenant. I mean, which I think that's a plus. It's currently being used, and so we would facilitate that being an even better place for a tenant.
Okay. Is the owner aware that if we were to do the paving, that we would do up to $10,000 that would be matching? They would have to match that.
No, I thought that this was a historical building.
So you made an assumption because it had bricks in it. No, I'm serious, you walked by, you saw some bricks, you know, was that?
Okay, so your recommendation would now be that we would fund up to the full $10,000? What is your recommendation now?
Yes, that's what our recommendation would be.
So, from my point of view,
You have on here, yeah, because you've got, okay. So we're gonna do 10,000. Well, this one's gonna change right here, because that one's gonna have to drop down to 20. So that's a $17,500. So it can all come out of ARPA for the 10,000, but you're gonna have to have the agreement. My concern is that we're using ARPA dollars that have to be used, and if they haven't agreed to the fact that they're gonna have to match this.
But Mayor, we have into December, hopefully they can get us the answer very shortly.
Okay, let's move on.
I think that those are all the ones that I have, put as the recommendations. The rest of them I've recommended to, next grant cycle.
Well, we have some more ARPA money now, right?
Yeah.
With the 1750 from.
Well, actually, we have more CRA funds too.
That's what I was asking, on 116, if we're gonna do it to 10, where are we gonna take that money from? Are we gonna do it all ARPA, or are we gonna do it all CRA, or half and half, or what?
We should use all ARPA.
I mean, that's what I would assume too, but I'm asking the commission since that's what we have to figure out.
Wait, so Mayor, could we figure out, because I had my own recommendations and I did, that was very close. I think it was Commissioner Burns' house or maybe right down the street. I don't know, it's probably out in the lake. Anyway, it would be helpful to have the total of what we have left.
And we don't know, we just changed that, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I know, so potentially, we just, someone said, well, we have more in ARPA, so where do we get that from?
512 Central,
Yes,
we have it funded at 37.
okay,
We can't do that, it's 20,000, so that's $17,500 extra.
there you go. Okay,
So
here we
at
are.
116 or something, we did 10,000 from ARPA? Is that what we're talking about? I'm assuming that's okay with everyone? So based on those assumptions, someone add that.
14.
So you have a $17,500 savings in ARPA right now.
Right.
Okay, and you're gonna add approximately, $2,000 and,
960.
We'll just say, yeah, we'll say 3,000.
yeah, 67, 3,000, I'm gonna do 2,000, let's do 2,050. Just to be, because we never know. Okay, so that leaves us with $15,450 remaining in ARPA funds.
Right, and Mayor, I had a couple of recommendations.
You showed me one in 2050.
What was it, 27? How much was it?
It was, but right now ARPA is funding 7,033.34, and so we need to go up to 10.
And that's what I did, so the difference between that. Oh, it's 27.
Yeah.
Right, I was
I
gonna
said
say,
20. Okay.
okay, so it's 27, so 17,500 minus $2,700 is what, 14,000?
14,730 if you take 2770.
So, and according to,
And down here, we've got like
Right.
22,693
they use 19,000,
minus 9,500. That's 13,193 left in CRA funds.
okay? So, Mayor, I had 3 particular projects that I wanted to bring forward and make a suggestion about.
Are they ones that have made application?
Yes, I'm saying off the list,
Okay.
off the list. So, am I right?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So, and I have these on a piece of paper, I can hand them around. There are 3 things that staff could not bring forward, but I think it would make sense for us to fund. One would be Ace Hardware at 404 Central. It's an active, they put in, for facade improvements, did they not?
To replace the sign, they're already doing the facade improvements themselves, but we were gonna do the sign. We weren't able to get any quotes for that sign though.
You have no quotes?
No quotes for the sign for the Ace Hardware.
Did he make application?
He made an application.
Okay, so, well, I was going to recommend that one because it's an active business. It's one of only 2 active businesses besides the thrift shop right now on Central Avenue. You can also see it from US 17. It's highly visible. And it's, it's there. And the other one was, these are the central ones, 429 Central, the other active business on Central Avenue. That is the Millards building with the Choice Beauty Salon on the ground floor. And they either Airbnb or they are currently living there now. It's also a contributing structure to the historic district. And they applied for, and I believe got quotes, did they not?
Yes, they did.
Okay, for $8,950 for the replacement of the steps on the side, which essentially that is both appearance and safety, and it makes it possible to use the
That's
second
more to
floor.
me a residential. I think that should fall under, really honestly, it should fall under a residential grants.
Well, apparently, the whole building is listed as commercial, and before, they intend to use it, as I understand it, for the future as Airbnb. But, I mean, I'm just saying.
Okay, go ahead. What's your third one?
And my third one is, and I don't know if this is possible, on Summit, which is also visible. I don't know if she's talked to the rest of you or whether she's talked to Bonnie, but Kathy Blake with Sandalwood Hair Salon at 311 North Summit. She has said that she would rather reduce her application and request $5,000 just to repair her driveway, because if she has this correctly, she would not have to do a match. And she would, the driveway that just goes straight up to a building that is full of cracks, that would be repaired. So, anyway, and of course, that's an active business and she's looking to expand. And I think the total of those would be, I'll say 9,000, 19,000. That would be $24,000 total.
Where did you get $10,000 for a signage? If you
I
said
thought
that no quotes.
That was the,
I thought that was the max.
yeah, that was the.
Is it a targeted building?
It is not a targeted building,
No.
but it's historic.
Are you sure it's not targeted?
It's not targeted, but it's historic.
It's not historical.
It's not either. It's neither.
It's not historical. The store itself is not historical. It was built in 1960.
Which house are we talking about?
Ace.
Hardware.
Oh, Ace, yeah, it's not either. The building next to it is, which is the old bowling alley,
Yes.
but not the Ace Hardware.
Right.
But we're not recommending Ace Hardware.
Commissioner
No,
DeVito.
I said, I brought those
Okay.
forward for the commission to consider. Because there's an additional $17,000, right?
Big building. Okay, and that falls in line with what I kind of mentioned last at the meeting from Bonnie, is that with some of these, that $5,000 they can get, and maybe they could do 5,000 this year, 5,000 next year.
Correct.
Especially with Kathy, she might could, who knows what she could do with her driveway for $5,000. So,
She said,
What are we going
well, I'm just saying, I guess I could make that in the form of a motion. Should I take them one by one, or will we have?
now, I will be very, I'm just gonna throw this out there.
Sure.
I'm not ready to vote on any of this, quite honestly. I don't know how all you feel, but I still think that before, in fairness to all these applicants, and I know we've dragged it on, and I mean, Jethro, we know that we all are in agreement with that one. Rick, we're trying as best we can. We know what you want to do over there. But I feel like some homework needs to be done. And in fairness, where did the $10,000 come for Ace Hardware? I mean, I want to support them. They absolutely need a new sign.
They support us.
But they do. But where did the $10,000 come from?
It was
Because
just an estimate.
not based on anything else. And
No,
that
because
would
I
have-
tried to get estimates on the sign.
And so he would have to be matching.
Right.
So I guess what I'm saying is, we're gonna go out there and we're gonna give this money, and some of this has changed. And I think that these owners need to know, and we need to have, it needs to be, in my opinion, I would feel more comfortable, a little more concrete, a little more that, yes, they've agreed to do this, yes, they understand, just like over here at Jethro, because otherwise, we're gonna be back here next month or the next month, and we're still gonna have this in front of us. But that's my opinion.
We have 3 people here today
I understand
that
that.
we're expecting some type of answer. So basically, we're kicking the can down the road again, is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying. I just said we all know that with Jethro, that we're looking to support them, Rick. We're trying the best we can to support him. But what I'm saying
Well,
is, in fairness to these other ones that have gone out and gotten the quotes,
Yeah, I think some of this was just not put together very well.
Mayor, if I could, it seems like we've crystallized several questions. I don't think we need any more information from Jethro Baptist.
I don't think so.
Right, that's, okay, I'm just kind of going over that. Jethro Baptist, we feel like we have the information. I personally feel like we need a little more information from to Summit. What is the timeframe, and is she going to enter into a
I
contract?
can call her.
Regardless, no, I'm just saying, I'm trying to summarize it. I'm trying to summarize it and go down the list.
Well,
Thank
I
you,
think that we,
Hold on.
right now, the one is Jethro Baptist. If we want to entertain, I'll entertain a motion if somebody wants to go ahead, and we can move on that.
I move that we fund the Jethro Baptist CRA grant application at 101 Cedar Street for the request of $9,500 for electrical and roof repair from the CRA, Central CRA fund.
I did.
I second.
Okay. We have a proper motion and a second on this. Do we have any further discussion on this one? This will come out of the general CRA funding. Okay. If none,
I just want to say they restored their balance.
yes. Go ahead. Sharita, please do a roll call.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye.
So approved.
Thank you. And then with Mr. Bowles' building, he's been here also.
I think you should take a vote on it.
I've got to have a motion. Somebody's got to make a motion. So, and I mean, you can put some, if you make a motion on this, if you want to put some parameters, whatever, but I'll have to entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we move forward with Mr. Donald's move, Mr. I want to say which one it is. and put this away.
338 is right.
Yeah. For Rick Bowles, building on Main Street, that's,
338 Central.
thank you, or,
338
yeah,
Central.
338 Central Avenue to replace his windows.
How are you funding it?
You do, yeah, ARPA funds.
Oh, yes, without the funds.
An email.
Sure. I thought-
13,466.66.
Do I have a second? Can you what?
I was wondering if we could, I know you don't want to table this anymore, but I still got these thoughts, right? And I don't wanna just go one side and not the other, you know what I'm saying? I really wanna be fair with this, and I really need to think about it some more.
Okay.
You don't have to second it, that's okay.
Okay.
So, yes, Commissioner DeVito?
No, I was,
It'll be dismissed, because nobody.
No, even.
No, that's okay.
Y'all, just,
Well, look,
Commissioner DeVito, go ahead.
I'm not against it, but I just wanna let me think about it a little, and look at it a little bit more. I really think that we need to do something with, come to some conclusion with this, because he's been here a lot, you know? So it's it's nothing against you, sir, okay? And we gonna get to a conclusion real soon. Just give us a little bit time, a little more time, okay?
Commissioner.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner Moore. Commissioner DeVito, otherwise this is gonna die for lack of a second, so.
right, no, that's fine. I had something to say about 116 North Summit.
Okay. So that's gonna die, motion died for lack of a second.
Mayor, if I could,
Yes.
I was gonna say, so, 116 North Summit, I think, we need to know the information. We suggested $10,000 for them, but I believe it was your question. Is the building owner willing to go forward if they know they're getting 10,000 with a required 10,000 match? Is that correct?
Yes, and we've gone through all these. I
Okay,
think
I'm
we don't
just
need to
saying, I'm
go
trying
through
to
them
sum
again. I don't think we need to. I
Right.
think we've all pretty much gone through these.
I just got a text back from Katie West, which is the owner. She said that they're gonna work on painting or other things for now and put in for next year. So that's, because I let her know about the 10,000
So they're
and
no
the
longer
change.
interested in this, okay.
Not at this
They're not
time.
interested?
Not at this time.
I wrote it, the one you were just talking about, 116 North Summit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Mayor, so are we coming back to look at others of these? Is that what you're saying? We need more information?
Whatever is a pleasure. I just gave you my opinion. If somebody wants to make a motion and we take staff recommendation, whatever you want to do, commission, that's your prerogative. I'll entertain a motion if somebody wants to make another motion. It was my opinion that this needed to come back because there's still a lot of things that need to be done. But if somebody else wants to make, by all means, make a motion.
Well, I guess
I can't do any of that.
So, may I be recognized for a motion? So, I move that we bring these remaining projects back for further consideration after staff is able to answer the questions that were raised in this meeting. Because, we have to make a decision about the ARPA funds, we have to expend those.
Well, our regular meeting next month is on the 4th.
It's on the 4th, so it
Which
should
is
be
the week
done
after
on the
next.
4th.
Right.
So we can get them.
Does that give us enough time?
Should.
It should give them enough time, yeah.
Okay, so that we bring
We're
this
going to have a
back.
special meeting next week.
Commissioner DeVito. I did not know about the $5,000 for 311 North Summit Street, but did you want to go ahead and do that widening and repair if Kathy's willing to do that?
I would think in fairness, we should, she's not here, we don't have it for sure. I think it would be best if staff could verify that information. So my motion is that we bring the remaining projects back with the questions answered by staff for the August 4th meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a proper motion and a second. Commissioner, should we have any further discussion on this?
May I make a comment, Mayor? I just want to add one that was not recommended, which I didn't agree with the manager on, is 429 Central. Being that it is a historical building, the significant amount of money that the person has put into the building, it is a commercial building. And, right, those stairs are in horrible shape. I'd like to take ARPA funds to fix that and have that approval. And I'd like to move on those ARPA funds as quick as possible because we have only till December 31st.
Okay, will you be able to on August 4th?
So you need to come back.
Great.
Yeah.
Ready for August 4th.
Readjust these amounts and
Okay.
add them up better.
Well,
In the meantime,
Let's rebuild this whole building.
we need to take a vote on this. I've got a proper motion on the table and a second. you'll do a roll call for us.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Burton? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
I'm sorry.
If she didn't like the way I said it, that now she'd be okay.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori?
Aye.
Commissioner Vito?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye,
So approved.
so approved. In the meantime, please, I'm gonna, both of you,
It's on me.
with Rick, please work on this for him, get those answers, get it in writing. You're gonna be with these people this week. And find out from them also what the time frame is for an approval. I'm sure they're not gonna give an approval, but just get the facts if you can, get it in writing and get a time frame. And, okay,
Yes, ma'am. I'll take care of it. We'll be ready.
thank you all so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. I do want to, before we go further, we've got these ARPA funds and we think these ARPA funds should just go to our CRA. And there's nothing that says it has to be for economic development, economic vitality. Where'd there go?
Wait a minute.
It's the,
There is something that's.
Mayor?
There is something that's.
Yes.
I know, that's what
Oh, I thought you were saying there
Yeah.
was nothing.
Yeah. I wanna wait
Oh,
till
you
he
can
gets
finish.
back.
I didn't hear what you were saying.
I'm gonna take a 2-minute recess.
Okay.
We have a cold?
Little chilly.
Doesn't he have a cold?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, Derek, right over your head.
Ma'am, it's been a long day, I'm sorry.
Right over your head. Okay.
That was a good one though.
This meeting is back in session. We're gonna move on to our fiscal year and budget totals. Before we do that, I was going into the whole ARPA, and we keep saying ARPA for CRA, ARPA for CRA. It has to be for economic vitality, or economic development. But, you know, we've got other places, and we talked about this the other day, that possibly could use it, especially on the south side, to kind of clean the south side, clean it up. I don't know how many of y'all I mentioned to you the other day. I mean, that old dealership, quite honestly, is about literally, if you knew what it's holding up by, is about to fall down. I don't know what demolition would be, but you've got the ice cream shop that really needs an ice cream sign.
It needs ice cream, doesn't it?
She has ice cream there, but it needs an ice cream sign. They just re-roofed it. But she's got a little sign in the front. Yeah, she's got a little sign in the front. So, I mean, these are things that we could have used that, you know, I'm disappointed that we
She needs
didn't.
a walk-up window.
Yeah,
That'd be great.
you know, but just other ways that we could have used it for some of these businesses that already, you know, are operating that, might could have used some of that ARPA dollars.
Yeah, it's true. That's a good
So,
point.
Anyway,
Very good point.
let's go on to our fiscal year and budget totals.
So the year-end budget totals, that's, we're still working on that. What we're doing now is Julie and I are working, trying to get everything to the auditors, and once we have all their questions answered, they're gonna send us a list of adjusting entries, and once we have those adjusting entries, we'll have the final number here. And I'm hoping to get that out to them, everything to them, this week, okay? Just following up on questions they have.
Okay. So Mayor, could I ask one question? So for Mr. Copeland, so the audit that we're doing is for the fiscal year that ended September 30th, 2025.
That's correct.
Okay. And so you're not able to tell us why is it that we don't know what the year-end totals are?
Because we're waiting for everything to be closed, the auditors to go ahead and do our audit, and then they give us adjusting entries at the end of the year. So once we get those adjusting entries, I can tell you what.
What is an adjusting entry?
Well, they're gonna book like depreciation. They're gonna book if there's anything that needs to be moved on our part. If we have to take something out of one account and put it into another, every year they give us a list of adjusting entries and we do those entries. Once we have that list from them, I will know.
Okay, and is that how we come up with our year-end totals every year?
Correct. Yeah, we can't give you a final number until the auditors say this is what they, we don't wanna go ahead and make an assumption.
Okay, do we have a preliminary number that you're working with pre-adjustment?
I haven't looked at anything, calculated anything. I've been just waiting for, to get everything in and get the adjustments done.
All right, thank you, Mayor, or Vice Mayor, as the case may be.
Yeah. Great. Okay.
So where are we now on the agenda?
Yeah, what's next?
Sorry, thank you very much, Mr. Conklin.
We move forward, sir?
Yep.
Okay, so the next is our resolution for Florida crime. From after our last meeting of due diligence, we have already done a blanketed resolution for transfer of funds.
Okay.
So we are, and I believe, I don't remember if I recall if we actually had a vote for those funds to be moved over. Okay, then we will go ahead and execute that. It's already been done. It's already been done. The wires, 250's already transferred.
Great.
So that has been completed.
Yep. So that's, okay, well, then that's good news. Next, Commissioner budget info.
That was passed out to you all. I believe Commissioner Moore is looking at hers. They have the budget totals for revenue and expenses. Yes, expenses. And there's also tabulation of the accounts and what has been billed to each of those accounts currently. Yeah, there were some corrections made, so if you read through there and if you see anything else that needs to be moved, let me know.
So the stuff that's listed under each one of these, it should just be the charges?
Correct, for each commissioner number, there's there's a list of expenses, and when you look at just go by the check number, there's like
Okay,
4 line items for each
Right.
expense, but if you just go by the check number, that's the number that.
that's the,
Yeah.
Mayor,
Okay,
Yeah.
so there's nothing in here for the mayor?
actually, it's been.
She hasn't spent any
They're
money.
not spending money, I haven't put anything in.
Mayor, just so you know, from our due diligence, we have already had a blanketed resolution for the transfer for Florida Prime, so we did not have to bring the resolution that.
So it was a blanket one.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
it's already
I
been-
thought-
Yes, ma'am.
okay,
So, and Steve's already executed that transfer.
okay.
Just before that.
Well, I have a question.
Yes,
Okay, this is for, I guess, Mr. Conklin. So I look at my conference training budget and it's charging file folders to my conference training budget.
That's one of those things, mark it, and we'll move it if it doesn't belong in there.
$15, yeah.
Right, because it's my understanding, I mean, does the file folders that the mayor uses come out for conference training budget?
No, I don't think.
Okay, just want to
That's
clarify.
why- That's why that's there, if you see
All right,
anything, just let me know, we'll move it.
Okay, got it. So if I see anything else, I'll just send an email to the city manager. Okay,
but
thank you.
yours, Commissioner DeVito, so
Yeah.
last year, you only, I don't think that's correct either.
I know, I wasn't gonna go in, I was gonna send them an email.
That definitely needs to be corrected. And
Two charges, one for preservation on Main Street.
Well, but, so if we see anything that looks out of order, then we should just email to the city manager.
I guess it looks like some of the Hilton at SeaWorld,
That's more. Well, I don't know, I said the whole just, that was for the legislative conference.
y'all, yeah, probably when you're putting these in, coding these, you might wanna, just from, might be for what it's for, you know, I know it says Hilton SeaWorld, but something to, you know,
Yeah, what conference it is.
what conference it is, so that people don't think that, you know,
So that's why I see more.
Lori's just going to SeaWorld, right? And he does love to go to SeaWorld.
I haven't even passed, right?
Yes,
I can say right now, Mayor,
Yes.
the conference hotel was booked and that was the overflow. Hilton SeaWorld was
Oh, no, mine
the,
was actually it was a lot cheaper than that.
right, it was cheaper, but it was the hotel next door to the conference hotel and it was the overflow hotel. Yes, and it was a good price. I stayed there as well. Okay.
Why do you have 1, 2, 3, 4 charges
They
on?
say like when it was put in.
Okay,
Yeah,
they
it's
paid the check, okay, so there it is, I see
And then it
that.
was open, right?
Yeah, you just look for the check number, and that's the amount that I.
That's-
Yeah, I know you wanna really.
Each expense has got 4 line items that it's associated with.
I have those.
That's the way it's set up.
But it's like I stated, I have.
So, yeah, so-
Two
Yeah.
weeks. You know, you just kind of took a quick look.
That's
Paid a
it.
lot of money for those.
Yeah, you probably need to go through these and just make sure that, you know, especially from an auditing standpoint, that they match up with the minute then,
Oh, that's.
Mine is perfect.
okay? Looks like some of Commissioner, well, Lori is on the next page also.
I don't see you, Ms. Mayor.
She hasn't spent any money.
That was addressed.
Oh,
I
you don't spend any money.
I haven't spent any money.
Okay. Well, no, I mean.
Okay, so what are we doing with this? So,
So I brought it up because I was registering it to that FLC.
to the FLC, did you talk to them about
I-
Rachel?
Didn't get a chance to call them when they called me today. Because that was Thursday when I didn't do anything.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask them about that.
Yeah, because that's just a concern that, you know, and how how they can fix that. What do we need to do for Commissioner Lori for going to FLC? Do you have an estimate on, has it already been in this? I didn't check to see.
No, it's not in here, huh?
So do you have an estimate, what you're looking at?
I think so. I didn't, I'm
Just tried the
still,
main hotel, but the main hotel is sold out.
yeah, the main hotel still down, stand down the street.
Probably be cheaper.
It's a little bit. I don't have much information.
Where are you going that you need a hotel?
Hollywood?
I checked out the hotel, you're gonna be a little ways away, I think.
Yeah. Maybe, it's right down the street.
For the main place? For
It's
the
the
hotel?
double tree.
Yeah,
And it's gonna be a pain because I'm just gonna have to go by wheelchair on the road across the street. It'll be fine.
Good luck with that.
What, Rachel can't drive you?
Well, then you have to get back
It's
into
easier.
valet parking or whatever. And I mean, I'm gonna I'll figure it out. It'll be fine, I'll make it work.
There's light across.
There's a light, there's a hawk beacon, but checked.
I've walked it.
I don't care much for Hollywood, I didn't care much for.
So, I mean, that's what well, I guess on the 4th, we can talk about it on the 4th, we'll have the opportunity. I thought we were going to bring this up with his budget. But we need that information about Rachel and what you're talking, what your estimate is. Okay. Okay, so then from there, what do we need to do? We need to schedule CRA budget meeting and ad valorem amendment. Number 3, that would be the public work, the public, town.
Not to the county yet,
Okay.
we just need to set a date and then I can kind of report from there.
We don't have to reach out to the county.
Okay.
Everybody reach out to county.
Yeah. we
No,
don't
yeah,
have
it's
to-
coming in from the
No, it's coming in from FLC.
FLC,
What
sorry.
is it?
What is that for?
To talk about property taxes.
Talking about property taxes, and at the conference, you're gonna probably hear and get maybe some ideas what people are doing, and go, if we bring that back.
There's a bunch of them. They
I'm
have
not going.
They have it on the
Yeah,
website.
set the date, yeah.
They have a lot of them on the website. They actually have individual flyers that people have done, and they have a
I don't think so, I think it's gonna be a separate.
PowerPoint deck
Yeah.
that you can customize. And I mean, I'm glad to do that. So that means that. And we just have to make sure that we're, careful about.
That we're within our, yeah,
And we're not
expend absolutely no
yeah, not
dollars.
spending money, yeah.
Yes, Sharita.
Oh, no, I'm.
Oh, okay,
She's
I'm sorry,
she's
Clark.
listening.
I thought you said something,
No,
so.
no.
So whatever date we pick, we need to make sure that we're blasting this out to everybody.
Yeah.
In every way possible.
And we will.
Okay.
So you need a date for us for the CRA budget meeting? I thought we already went
We did
over
the
the
CRA
CRA
budget.
We did
budget.
go over the CRA
But we
budget.
have to, we need to do a last budget run through, right? Is that, can we schedule that
And when
already?
do we
Yes.
want to do that? When will you be ready to do that?
I'll be ready fairly quickly. We're waiting on, there was one item we were waiting on from the state. We were waiting on, they need to update their information for
The,
sales
Better
tax.
place, you're really in better
The
place.
county,
The county.
the county's,
Yeah.
military.
Reservate to do the
Right.
CRA.
And once we get that, we'll be complete, which I believe they're gonna have that on by the end of this month.
They told me August, sometime in August.
August.
That's what they told me.
That's the.
I mean, they
So we're
should,
waiting
they
on
should be
that.
able to give you a target.
Tentative, yeah.
Yeah, I called 2 weeks ago and she said just August, so maybe we'll have a.
I mean, they have to turn it in a maximum military by July 31st.
Right.
So-
I would say if you all, I mean, whatever date you want, I'll be ready. I'll be ready.
Okay, Mayor, could the city manager suggest a date? Because you're waiting on some information. We don't know when you might get that information.
Look at my calendar.
And I know that everybody will start traveling the week of, so you've got, that first week, we have a commission meeting on the 4th.
Can we do it on the 1st, August 1st, which is Tuesday?
August
August
is not
1st is a
Tuesday.
Saturday.
Saturday.
Well, since we're having a commission meeting on the
September.
4th, I
September.
How am I looking at?
Yeah. What did you say, Commissioner?
So-
Tavita?
I'm sorry, I thought he was suggesting to meet before the August 4th commission meeting.
No.
That's,
3rd, August,
no, Mayor,
maybe before our 4th.
I don't recommend that we try to squash that in before the commission meeting.
I don't either, and I don't think you're gonna have your information that you're gonna need by then.
I hope so.
You could go to the 10th, or you could go to the 24th of August.
Yes.
Do the 10th.
Do you want to
Okay,
try for the 10th?
24th in August, ma'am. I'm actually gonna request time off on the 10th. My birthday's on the 11th, and I want the 10th.
Okay.
I can't
So
do the
24th of August?
24th of August.
What about the 25th? Can you do the 25th of
Yeah, I
August?
can do the 20.
Can everybody do the
Rich wants
25th
to
of
talk
August?
to us.
Commissioner Burton, will y'all be back? Will you be here? For the- Okay.
I mean, I
We should have everything in place by then. Now, on that meeting, do you want me to go ahead and schedule full budget, the entire?
Yes.
Go over,
We
okay,
need to go
All
over
right, what
everything.
time?
we'll have time.
What time?
We're doing it what time?
You wanna do the 11 o'clock or do you wanna do 10 o'clock?
No, we're not doing time.
I'll leave that up to you all. I'm good
I
with
would
either
prefer
one.
10 o'clock,
10
but we
o'clock.
can do 11 o'clock.
10 o'clock is good for me.
But wait, did Commissioner Lloyd
Commissioner
just
Lori
say?
doesn't want to do 10 o'clock.
It's
Why don't I
fine.
just put 4 or 5 PM?
Just
Okay.
Wait, we're talking about Tuesday, the 25th, and
It's all good.
at 10 o'clock.
But Commissioner Lori would like to do 11.
We can do
So
that.
we can do
I'm
11.
fine with 11 o'clock.
Commissioners, are you good with 11?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, 11.
So that's about 11 till what?
Till
What time is it
5.
now? 4? 8 o'clock.
And this is a workshop? It's just a workshop,
We're
correct?
being bad. We shouldn't.
if we have all the information we need, we should be able to get it done.
Mayor, I'm sorry to ask again, am I reaching out to the representative at the FLC, or is that something you're reaching out on?
No,
No, wait.
they are,
Okay, okay,
Okay.
okay, thank you.
But
they
what-
are.
But that's, what we're talking about on the 25th is a budget workshop.
That's a budget
I
workshop.
budget workshop.
Okay, when are we gonna do this?
The town hall meeting,
Town hall
we're gonna
meeting.
wanna do in the evening. And honestly, we can run that into September if need be, but,
I think we probably should, just because August is gonna be here.
yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Do you want to do it on September 1st, on Tuesday?
One second.
Do it on the 2nd, because I'm busy.
that's a Wednesday though, but everybody's at church. A lot of people that go to church, they have church service on Wednesday.
Were we thinking evening time, 6
Yes.
o'clock?
Needs to be after, yeah, needs to be
Okay.
6.
All right,
So you're talking September 1st? What are you talking now?
we could do September,
We
Yeah,
can't do
September
September
third.
third.
This is
First
a
or
town
the
hall
third?
meeting. I know, but Commissioner Warren probably has
we
something.
we could do September 3rd on Thursday.
And I wasn't saying I wouldn't, but anyway,
Um,
no, okay, September 1st is fine, I should be able to make that. And you're gonna do it at 6 PM?
I think the 3rd, we're getting too close to Labor Day.
Okay.
And really and truly, that whole week, people might travel for that. I don't know. But we can do it on the 1st, if everybody wants to do it on the 1st,
Okay.
6 o'clock.
Thursday, 6 for the ad valorem.
No, ma'am. Yes, for the amendment 3.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Three.
town hall, I might.
Town hall.
That's Tuesday, September 1st.
Is that the cities?
Yes.
Do that?
No, that's just, we want to see if we can.
Okay, are y'all talking into your mics or
I
what?
don't know what you guys
No,
are
she's
saying.
asking if that's League of Cities. That
Tuesday,
would be part of their presentation,
Yeah,
yes.
because their presentation was perfect.
Yes,
That's what you wanna show.
Yes.
It's a perfect presentation.
Yes. they speak to it much better than we can.
Yes.
Will you want us to try and get someone from FLC to come
If
do
you
that?
can, that would even be better.
Okay.
well,
Or I can, I mean, I
No,
can
I
reach
mean,
out,
yeah.
I'll be happy to reach out.
But you have more problem talk.
right, so are we choosing Tuesday,
I'll
are we
see.
choosing Tuesday, September 1st?
Yes.
Okay,
Subject to change, Sharita, before you advertise that, just in case they have another date that they can provide somebody here that maybe can speak to us.
what time?
And,
You'll wait a while before
Yeah, give her a day or two to try.
and I can also talk to our other mayors and see if, in South Putnam, if they want to participate too. So, if everybody wants me to, that's the pleasure of the commission.
I think it would be beneficial.
I think if we can get somebody from there to
Yeah.
come and speak, that it would be
Because
beneficial.
besides that, we want to
So-
hear the numbers to start.
Yes.
Question, will we need a larger venue if we are gonna have
Possibly, if
a?
they do, possibly. Possibly.
Okay, Mayor, I have
Here's Hal Memorial.
an appointment that I have rescheduled and I'm trying to make.
Okay, and I know you want to get out of here. Just for clarification purposes, remember that Mr. Overturf will be here on the 23rd. He'll be here this Thursday from 10 to 12 to go over, answer questions, help with getting, your paperwork that you need it. He did have some concerns or some questions. I guess Commissioner DeVito, you raised that you had some concerns about salary.
No, I didn't raise anything
Okay.
that I asked the city manager to please get with Mr. Overturf.
Okay, so I talked to him and I had him sent this this ordinance.
Yeah.
So he was sent, just for everybody to know, I asked Sharita, she sent it to him, which specifically states what our salary is.
That's all.
And I asked him also to confirm with the state to make sure, because there's salary dollars and there's benefit dollars, and that they are going off the salary dollars and not a combination of both.
And that's what he said. I talked to him on Friday.
Okay. So anyway, with that, you ready to go? You can go.
I had one thing I wanted to bring
Yes.
up. So the city manager raised the schedule for painting the water tower.
Yes.
Correct? The painting of the water tower, you brought up that they're going to be painting it in the next month or two.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said there was a question from the contractor about what they wanted us to paint on there.
The sign.
And we had some discussion and I didn't know exactly what the timetable was, but I wanted to bring it up to the commission. We might think about putting this out to the public if we have some suggestions, that we ask for suggestions or ask for comment on the suggestions that we have, because it belongs to the whole town. So that's my comment about that. I guess that's all I have.
And you could do something with, we did that before with the monkey survey or something.
Survey monkey.
Survey monkey.
I like the monkey survey.
You could put that out. We've done that before. So you can come up with some designs for that. I do want to mention real fast that here we are, we're painting that water tower, and I don't know people, I'm just gonna ask you. And Jonathan made this recommendation to me, and it's a very good recommendation to put around the city boxes with suggestion boxes for what people are hoping to see in the city or that they have a concern with, to make it easy for them. But we've got to start as commissioners opening our eyes also and looking at things. And so when you go around to the water tower, okay, we've got a house over here that's redoing its place. Raquel, she's redoing, they worked on their place. Manny's worked on his place. And then this is what they step out of their driveway, and this is what they look at. And we should be ashamed of ourselves.
What is that?
That's our water building. It has no door handles. Look at the windows. Look at this.
Yeah.
Everybody looking at
Needs
it.
to be painted.
Okay,
that needs to be.
You need to go.
I'm gonna excuse myself.
go.
Thank you very, very much.
But this is something that, we've got to do better. We are better, we've got to do better.
Okay.
I'm not being critical, Derek, please know of you. I'm just saying that
This is the
public
way
works,
it's been.
But I'm gonna get it fixed.
Yeah.
This is the way it's been.
if, whatever we have to do, it needs to look better, we need to be better. And then, also,
Just to say what it is on the outside.
yeah, and if it's even still being, I know that Jason, I see him go in and out of it, so I know that there's something in there. But also the school over here, the middle school, the hedge, I took a picture of it, that hedge is encroaching all on the sidewalk for people. People can't really even walk down that sidewalk
Where's
along
that?
side, middle, on Prospect, South Prospect.
Okay.
On South Prospect, so please, if you would, reach out to the school and ask them about getting that hedge cut.
Okay.
Do we have any other? I think maybe with every meeting, we should, every commissioner needs to bring something. Wait, just a way to, entertain a, goodbye, Commissioner DeVito.
I would like to adjourn.
Okay, I have a proper motion to adjourn, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Did I hear you say no, Commissioner Booker?
No.
No. We are adjourned. at 3:45, 3:44.
Okay, that late. Someone tell me. I thought we would be done in one.
Thanks, Steve.